Sorry. Yeah. Morning, everyone. Yes, Mr. Beer.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Ms. van der Bogerd. We finished yesterday with some questions about the Post Office's management of Second Sight. Do you recall? Can I ask you to start this morning some questions about some other significant events that were going on whilst the Post Office was managing Second Sight? It's the case of the late Martin Griffiths that I want to ask you about. You tell us in your witness statement, I'm not going to ask for it to be turned up, it's paragraphs 149 to 158, about your involvement, quite significant involvement, in the case of Martin Griffiths. Is that right?
Yes.
Can we start with some background information, please? Firstly, Mr. Griffiths was the sub-postmaster at the Hope Farm Road Post Office in Great Sutton, Cheshire. Is that right?
That's correct.
By the time of his death, he had been the sub-postmaster there for some 18 years. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly, but it sounds about right.
A series of shortfalls had arisen at the branch, or were said to have arisen at the branch, and Mr. Griffiths had been accused of being responsible for them.
That's correct.
Right? And notice of termination of his contract had been served on the 3rd of July 2013.
Correct.
Mr. Griffiths and his family suggested that it was the Horizon system that was responsible for the losses.
Yes.
On the 17th of July 2013, Mr. Griffiths asked for his case to be put before the Post Office Board. I appreciate you wouldn't have received this letter at the time, but I just want to show it as background to what did happen.
Yes.
Poll 0014 5768. Thank you. We can see this is a letter from Mr. Griffiths. If we just scroll down, we can see it at the foot of the page, Martin K. Griffiths. And we can see at the top of the road, at top of the letter, it's addressed to Glenn Chester, the agent contract manager. In your previous roles, had you come into contact with Mr. Chester?
Yes, I had.
And so he was a working colleague of yours, is that right?
On and off over the years, yes.
It's the 17th of July 2013, and Mr. Griffiths writes to Mr. Chester, as you're aware, I have been a sub-postmaster for 18 years, and prior to the Horizon computer system, I enjoyed a satisfactory post office business. For some considerable years, I've been accused of wrongful accounting. Over the last 15 months alone, February 2012 to May 2013, more than £39,000 is deemed to be my shortfall, an average of £600 a week. This surely cannot be correct, but the notifications from the Post Office state this is the case. This worry has affected, and then there's a redaction, and plans for retirement have had to be postponed. I've not had a break in my business hours for more than 4 years to keep a tight rein on the office. The financial strain on myself and my family is devastating and continues on a daily basis. On the advice of Mr. Alan Bates of the JFSA, I've been advised to contact my local MP regarding the recent media coverage on BBC News and in the Telegraph regarding the investigation into the errors discovered by Post Office's Horizon computer system. I believe the Post Office has a board meeting next week after all the media coverage and would like my particular case to be considered along with the many others in a similar situation. Now, I don't think you would have got this at the time, is that right?
That's correct. I've seen this this morning.
Chronology would have been just before the board meeting that I think you do know about, the Post Office Limited board meeting, at which the issue of the Second Sight report and what the Post Office was to do about it was to be discussed. I think you did know about that.
Sorry, I can't remember, but probably yes.
It was the one where, did you know about this? The one where Susan Crichton was made to sit outside on a chair.
Okay, I'm aware of it now. At the time, I wasn't aware that was happening.
And so you didn't know that she was kept out of the meeting. It was proposed that she present a paper concerning what the Post Office should do in response to Second Sight. And instead of her presenting her paper, Miss Venells presented it, and she was sat outside on a chair.
So I only became aware of that listening to Susan's evidence this week.
That wasn't something that caused the stir at the time?
Susan leaving, yes. But there was very little information around the background to that or the reasons for that. Speculation around something to do with the Second Sight, but nothing. There was no messaging. There was no confirmation to us as to the reasons why.
Okay, that letter can come down, and just moving it forwards a fortnight. On the 31st of July, Mr. Griffiths' mother wrote to the Post Office. Can we just look at that, please? Poll 0014 7157. I think this is also a letter that you've been shown this morning.
This morning, yes.
And this is all just background, some context for the inquiry. If we look at the foot of the page, we can see it's from Doreen Griffiths, Mrs. Griffiths, who I think was in her 80s at this time.
Yes.
And if we look up, it's again to Mr. Chester. I write to you as the parent of Martin Griffiths, despite knowing that you say I'm not part of the said sub-post office. My son has been under severe pressure, and I personally had to take on more work in the retail side of the business, including providing financial support of the shortages. I think you later learned, is this right, that Mr. Griffiths' parents had been putting money into the business, tens of thousands of pounds, to try and balance the books.
Yes, I'd learned that later.
So they've been using their savings, I think you learned later, their life savings to try and balance the books.
Yes, that's what I learned, yes.
Yeah. The so-called shortages over many, many months have been repaid mainly by myself and husband. Although you can continue to say there's no fault in the Horizon computer system, we eagerly await the results of the ongoing investigation being undertaken by Second Sight regarding software errors. Your letter of the 3rd of July stating termination of Martin's contract, I feel is very harsh. Kevin Bridger has compounded the severe problems, adding insult to injury, and I mean injury, by requesting a fine of £7,600, which represents 20% of the robbery with violence, which occurred in May. It was due to the identification of the culprit by a member of staff that the police were able to make a quicker arrest, and subsequently the robber received an 8-year jail sentence. This request for £7,600 suggests insufficient security at the Post Office, and we will seek legal advice to refute this. I'll come back to that in a moment, what that's referring to. If, as stated, my son is terminated on the 3rd of October, that's 3 months from the 3rd of July letter, what is the position of the incoming sub-postmaster regarding the £18,000 a year overheads? At present, this is shared between Post Office and the retail business. Therefore, a legal arrangement needs to be made. With regards to your outstanding figures for repayment, only £3,600 odd remains, as the £3,000 odd plus £200 was repaid at the end of June. I wait to hear your comments. Now, the reference to the robbery there, if we can just look at that, please. I think you now know, and you found out at the time of Mr. Griffiths' death, that there had been a robbery at the Post Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
And 2 armed robbers took over £50,000 from the Post Office. If we just quickly look at the circumstances of that, poll 0034 2530. Thank you. This is a security report. You can see it's dated the 10th of May, and it's about the robbery on the 2nd of May. And although it's quite a long document, I just want to read a summary of what was found on investigation. And if we look, please, at the 3rd page. Sorry, it's the 4th page then. Yes, thank you. At approximately 5:25 on the 2nd of May, Martin Griffiths and his clerk Julie Griffiths, no relation, were on duty and were putting all the cash and stock away. Both safes were open. Mr. Griffiths was stood at the secure door, which also housed the parcel hatch. The postman had arrived to collect the mail. Mr. Griffiths had put around 2 mail bags outside of the secure door, and the postman had taken these out of the office to his van. As the postman re-entered the branch, 2 masked men wearing dark clothing, one with a balaclava and one with a stocking over his head, burst in and pushed the postman aside. Mr. Griffiths stated he was stood at the secure door with the door open so he could hand the daily work and gyro pouch to the postman and get him to sign for the paperwork, and went over to the secure door. One man tried to pull the door open while the other man attacked the screen with a sledgehammer. If we look, I think we can see that in the photograph. Mr. Griffiths attempted to get the door shut, at which point he believes he was hit on the left hand with some sort of metal bar, possibly a crowbar. At this point, Mr. Griffiths stopped fighting and allowed the 2 men into the secure area. At this point, the assistant, Julie Griffiths, had crouched down and hid behind the coin safe. Thank you, that can come down. I think the Post Office determined that Mr. Griffiths was culpable for the robbery.
I think that was the assessment in terms of applying, as Doreen said, 20%. I wasn't sure how much it was, but...
Well, initially, I think they found him entirely culpable for the robbery, for breaching procedures, and required him to repay £38,000. Some of the money, I should say, I think £15,000 had been recovered from the robbers by the police. They'd actually found them because of the information that Julie Griffiths had provided. And then that amount for which he was found to be to blame, £38,000, was reduced to £7,500. Yes?
Yes.
And so the Post Office was blaming him for the robbery.
For not complying with certain procedures at the time, yes.
I.e. leaving the door open whilst the mailman came to collect the gyro pouches.
So I think it was the door, and also the time lock on the safe was unset, I think. And that's from looking at the papers. I didn't know about this at the time.
Okay. On the 23rd of September 2013, I think you know that Mr. Griffiths drove his car to a lay-by on the A41, got out of his car and deliberately stepped in front of an oncoming bus.
Yes.
He was very seriously injured, taken to hospital and remained in a coma for about 3 weeks.
Yes.
On the 11th of October 2013, his life support machine was switched off and he passed away that day. It was later concluded by a coroner that Mr. Griffiths had taken his own life. I just want to see what happened within the Post Office when it was notified of what happened to Mr. Griffiths. Poll 0016-2068. And can we look at page 4, please? And scroll down. And again, please. On the 23rd of September 2013, the day that Mr. Griffiths walked in front of a bus, at 5:02 p.m, Mr. Alan Bates emailed Paula Venells, Susan Crichton, you and Andy Holt, copied to some other people, including Mr. Arbuthnot and Joe Swinson. With the subject, Post Office, read this. This afternoon I received the following email. It's a prime example of the thuggery being exerted on defenceless sub-postmasters as the Post Office deny legal representation by arrogant and uncontrolled Post Office personnel. Despite assurances from on high that this type of thing is in the past, it's clear from Post Office's actions it's still alive and active through the ranks. And then the email he received. Hello, Alan. I'm writing on behalf of my son-in-law, Martin Griffiths, who's recently been in touch with you about the treatment doled out to him by the hierarchy at the Crown Office in Chester. He had an armed raid in May, and the faceless wonders at the Crown Office have intimated he was culpable. Had him at the Kangaroo Court, where he was not allowed any representation of his own. He was a broken man then. However, he was sent for last Friday to attend a meeting with the Crown Post Office personnel again, and all week he has clearly not been himself. This morning he drove off to work, got out of his car and walked in front of a bus. He's dangerously ill in hospital at Liverpool. The Post Office had driven him to suicide. All the family are at the hospital. I'm alone waiting by the phone for further news of him. I would urge you to publicise this, another incident that's been caused by the bully boys at the Crown Office. May God forgive them. Mr. Bates continues, I'm aware of Martin's case, and I know he was terrified to raise his shortages with the Post Office because of just this type of thing happening to him. But the Post Office got him in the end. Regardless of what may or may not have occurred to him, why did the Post Office have to hound him to the point of trying to take his own life? Why? Despite numerous warnings of never to attend any discussion with Post Office without legal representation, Martin, trying to be helpful, didn't take anyone with him, as per the conditions the Post Office demand. If the Post Office cannot control their personnel, then at the very least they can do is authorise and insist on a sub-postmaster taking legal representation with them to any meeting with the Post Office. I'm very, very angry about this. And as per the wishes of the family, I'll be contacting many of the media contacts we've built up over the years. Back to page 4, please. Scroll down. We can see that Miss Crichton forwards the email to Roger. Can you find help out the facts? We really need them this evening. A couple of minutes later, Mark Davis says we must get details of this evening. Mr. Gillibrand says, I've spoken to Roger, trying to find out the details. And then if we scroll up a little bit, just so we can see the bottom of page 3, we can see an email that distributes this to you, yes? This chain to you, from Mark Davis, yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Davis says, thanks. Susan, given the potential media element, please can we line up a specialist media lawyer in case we need urgent advice this evening? So the immediate reaction, you agree, was not, is Martin Griffiths all right? What about his health? Was it?
Not at this point in this email chain, no.
The immediate reaction was not, what can we, the Post Office, do to help this man's family, was it?
Not at this point.
What about his wife and his children? What about his elderly parents? What about his sister? Should we get somebody down to the hospital? That didn't happen, did it?
Not getting somebody down to the hospital.
No, the first thing was, let's get a media lawyer.
So that's what Mark has said here.
Is that what it was like working in this organisation at the time? It was all about brand reputation, about brand image.
So my concern here, when I got to, so the first I knew of this is, so it came in separately, I think, from, I think Martin's brother, Martin's sister. So there was a separate report to Glenn of what I heard originally was a traffic accident. We didn't know that he'd actually deliberately walked in front of the bus at that time. So obviously there's some more correspondence because I've said, so Roger Gale was actually running the Crown network at the time.
This email chain tells you he walked in front of a bus.
No, sorry, something that came in separately. I'm saying there's two kind of parallel notifications to me. When I saw this, and I didn't know Martin, this was my first involvement in it, then I was genuinely concerned for the family, which is why I got involved going forward.
I think you're talking about much later. I'm asking about what on the face of the documents, the immediate reaction of the Post Office is.
I mean, that is the immediate reaction, like it's on the email.
And help us. Is that what it was like working in the Post Office at this time? That the first thought was, we need a media lawyer here.
I don't think it's the first thought. It was definitely a consideration in everything that we did around PR and the comms element. It was always a consideration. And
why was that an important consideration? Brand image. There's a man that's walked in front of a bus here.
So
one of your sub-postmasters.
Sorry, in all my time with Post Office, from very early on, I was very conscious that PR was very important, and everything had to be, so the involvement it was the comms team. So Mark was the head of, he was the comms director at the time, and that clearly is his area, and that's what he said.
If we scroll up a little bit, you reply, this is not related to the Crown branch, but is a sub-postmaster case. I'm talking to the contract advisor. Is that Glenn Chester?
It is, yes.
And then you emailed Mr. Chester within an hour or so saying, Glenn, this is what we're dealing with, and the reason I need to talk to you. What did you mean, this is what we're dealing with?
So I think I might have reached out and left a message to say I need to talk to you urgently. And that's just me forwarding the information to him. No, he separately, I think, at this point already knew.
But this is what we're dealing with. Were you saying that it's because the hierarchy of the Post Office, including Ms. Crichton, Ms. Venells, were involved in this now?
No, what I was saying is I need to talk to you. This is the information I have, and that's all the information I had at that point. So I was simply forwarding it to him. I say I'm sure I left him a voicemail to say I need to talk to you urgently.
And why not Glenn or Mr. Chester? What's being done for the family here?
So, I mean, this was me just forwarding it very quickly because I wanted to understand what has happened here, because I was not cited on this case at all.
Thank you, that can come down. About a year after Mr. Griffiths' death, his daughter wrote to the Post Office, and that was forwarded to you, wasn't it?
I had an email from Lauren, yes.
Can we look, please? Poll 0030 6234.
Mr. Beer, I don't know whether it's just here, but every now and then we're not quite catching what's happening, so could everyone speak up?
Oh, sorry, I'm not speaking loud enough, okay?
Maybe that it's not affecting the hall, but for whatever reason here, every now and then the words tail off, all right?
Sorry, sir, I'll speak louder.
Is it both Ms. van den Bogerd and me?
It's both sides, actually.
Okay,
yeah.
it might be to do with the amplification.
Yeah.
So we were looking at, thank you, we've got it up on the screen. So we're now about a year after Mr. Griffiths' passing, and his daughter, Lauren, wrote to you. She says, Angela, after speaking with my mum yesterday, I'm emailing you to let you know how disgusted we are with the treatment our family has received from the post office. As you're well aware, it's now been almost a year since we lost our dad. We hold the post office solely and wholly responsible for what happened to him. As I'm sure you can imagine, our family has had an extremely tough year with what I consider no support from the post office. My dad was the main income earner for our family. Without this income, my family's been struggling to get by financially. My mum cannot work in the shop of the post office due to the severe ill feeling she holds for it, and redaction with the stress and workload of keeping the shop open. Considering the financial size of a business such as the Post Office Ltd, I cannot comprehend how our family has not been supported or compensated this past year. I firmly believe we wouldn't have received this kind of treatment from any other large corporate organisation. I understand you're putting what you discussed with my mum yesterday in writing to her. It appears from what I've heard that you're offering the £140,000 compensation payment on the condition that we drop any action or legal recourse with the Post Office for any further compensation for its wrongdoing. No amount of financial compensation could replace the fact that the Post Office has taken our dad away from our family. But simply put, £140,000 compensation for our dad's life is simply disgusting. I request that you escalate this matter and you forward this email on to the relevant parties within the Post Office. As stated above, this has dragged on now for almost a year. The way in which the Post Office has dealt with this matter has been inadequate and incompetent. We'll get back to you once we've received your response in writing. I'd also appreciate a response to this email. Was it right that you were offering £140,000 compensation on condition that the family drop any action or legal recourse?
So what we were offering here was the equivalent of a network transformation payment.
Just explain what the equivalent to a network transformation payment is.
So there's quite a lot of correspondence before we get to this email, which I don't know if you're going to go to, but gives the background. So at this time, Post Office was running a network transformation program, which was compensation payment for postmasters for loss of office, to leave their branch, for it to be transferred to a new postmaster, and it was all part of a refurbishment plan. So the compensation payment for that loss of office, I think, was equivalent to 26 months remuneration, and that was a set calculation that was being offered to postmasters throughout the network. So
just briefly then, why was that the loss of office figure determined to be the appropriate figure to offer Mr. Griffiths' widow and family?
So what we did here, or tried to do here, was prior to Martin's death, he had registered an interest in leaving the network via the network transformation program. But when he was served 3 months' notice, that deemed him he was no longer eligible because he didn't have a contract, or he was on notice of his contract. So at that point, he wasn't eligible any longer. So what I tried to do here is just go back to the situation of processing the network transformation payment for Gina Griffiths, so that she could have what he was trying to do is have payment for loss of office in terms of him leaving the network. So what Lauren is saying here is as if this is packaged as a payment for his life, and that was never the intention. And I did respond to Lauren, because I had met with Lauren previously, So after Martin's death, I'd met with Gina, his wife, and his mother at the same time.
That was at a local pub.
At their request, yes. At their request, because it was more private away from the office. So I met them at the local pub, and it was private. And what I'd said, and I was generally to give them as much support as I could. And I'd said that I would be very happy to meet with anybody else from the family if they wanted to talk to me. And Lauren asked if I would meet with her, and I met with her in London because that's where she was working. So I met with Gina and her mother-in-law in the November, and I think it was the same month I met with Lauren as well. And I met with Gina Griffiths and her brother on the 1st of September, which is what's triggered this email from Lauren.
But the way it was being put by you, it was your idea, wasn't it?
To get the payment I wanted, yes. So I was concerned that so there was clearly the financial pressure on the family because, as they said here, Martin was the main earner. I mean, I didn't know that at the time, but clearly he was the postmaster, and I was trying to facilitate a way for that payment to be made because that was what his intention was prior to his death.
But it was going to be conditional on dropping any claim that the family had against the Post Office, wasn't it?
So the way that the network transformation payments were structured, it was subject to a non-disclosure agreement, and it was a final full settlement of all claims both ways. That was the structure of that network payment. So all I was looking...
But that's for postmasters who are just leaving the business because of part of the Post Office's closure programme, essentially. I mean, I know it's called network transformation, but
yes,
it involved closing thousands of branches.
Yes, but that's what this was intended to do. I was trying to just replicate that for Martin Griffiths and Mrs. Griffiths, so that we could facilitate that payment. So the intention was never linked to a payment for his loss of life. That was never the intention.
But they had a live claim with Second Sight, didn't they, that was being mediated about the losses, the alleged losses, the shortfalls.
So there was an application into the scheme, yes.
This was going to be conditional on dropping that too, wasn't it?
That was the broader piece of the network transformation. It covered everything.
What does that mean? That's just word soup. That
Sorry?
was the broader piece
So
of the network transformation thing.
So
what I ask you, Ms van den Bogerd, is this payment was going to be conditional upon the family withdrawing the claim that they'd made under the mediation scheme, wasn't it?
Yes, because that's the way the network transformation payment was set out. Now, having met with Gina and her brother on the 1st of September to discuss what that would look like, I had some... So in that conversation, they'd asked me to consider, is there a way that we could at least facilitate that the investigation into the case and allow some time. So there was, out of that conversation, then we structured a way forward that would allow Gina to, we could try and facilitate the network transformation, the transfer of the post office to an incoming postmaster. And the discretionary payment we would put on hold, whether she wanted to accept or not, subject to her receiving the scheme report. And that's what we structured to allow her the opportunity to decide whether she wanted to accept this discretionary payment or not, but she could still go ahead with the transfer of the post office.
It was important to the post office to ensure that the Griffiths claim that had been lodged with the mediation was withdrawn, wasn't it?
No.
The last thing the post office wanted was the bad publicity of the Griffiths claim being progressed through the mediation scheme, wasn't it?
No, that was never my consideration. My consideration was to support the family.
Can we look, please, at poll 0030 6172? I think this is a draft letter that you prepared for sending to Mr. Griffiths' widow, Gina, yes?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say Martin was not eligible for a network transformation leavers payment. He'd been served 3 months' notice of contract termination. In recognition of his service, the Post Office would like to offer you a discretionary payment in the sum of £140,000. That's equivalent to the sum offered to sub-postmasters who choose to leave.
Yes.
I note you've made an application on behalf of your husband to the initial complaint review and mediation scheme. When a discretionary payment is offered, the normal process is for it to be offered, is for it to be made in full and final settlement of any claims that a sub-postmaster had against Post Office Ltd. Just stopping there, this says that was normal, but the terms on which the Post Office could make this offer were completely discretionary, weren't they? It was up to the Post Office to decide the terms on which the offer was made.
Yes.
It could be on any terms the Post Office choose to put forwards.
Yes.
And the normal situation that you're referring to there was a Commonwealth Garden postmaster who was simply deciding to exit the business as part of the programme, as part of the Post Office's general closure programme.
Yes.
These are rather different circumstances, aren't they?
I mean, it's very tragic circumstances.
And therefore very different.
Yes.
And so why were you saying this was all normal? That the payment has to be in full and final settlement of any claims, whereas this was a very different situation here. It was an outstanding mediation claim.
So this was being done in parallel. I said what I was trying to do was facilitate this payment to Gina and the family at that time. Anything to do with the scheme claim would have taken a lot longer. I mean, at this point, the application into the scheme had been quite delayed from Gina and her advisors at the time.
You continue, in this case, acceptance of the discretionary payment will therefore come with a waiver of any claims under your application and bring that application to a close, i.e. that's the application in the scheme, yes?
Yes.
And then you continue, your preference is to see the outcome of the investigations into your application before making a decision on how to proceed. But you also wish to move forward with a sale of your branch to accommodate both these objectives. The Post Office agrees to pay the discretionary payment subject to the following conditions. 1, Post Office finds a suitable alternative operator. 2, the successful alternative operator enters into a legally binding but conditional contract. 3, you sign and return the attached confirmation of transfer document confirming you wish to transfer the branch to the new operator to proceed immediately. You have the option to accept the discretionary payment at the point of the transfer completing, or alternatively, you can defer the discretionary payment for over the page 6 months for you to review the findings of both the Post Office and Second Sight's investigations into your application, both of which should be with you within the next 2 months, and if appropriate, mediate your application with the Post Office before deciding whether to accept the discretionary payment. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
5, you sign the response slip. 4, you sign the response slip. 5, you sign and return the attached withdrawal notice. Can I turn then to what next happens by looking at poll 00219796. Which is email advice to you from Roderick Williams in January 2015. Saying, please find attached the draft settlement. I'm not, in the interest of time, going to look at the draft settlement. setting out the basis on which the Griffiths Hope Farm Road has been resolved. Agreement has been drafted to resolve all claims that either the deceased Mr. Griffiths or the applicant Mrs. Griffiths may have against the Post Office. Equally, the agreement resolves any claims the Post Office has against the deceased or his estate, i.e. we will not be able to seek recovery of any outstanding losses in the branch accounts or incurred through the robbery at the branch. Please let me know if this is not our intention. Was that still a live question? Bringing a claim against Mr. Griffiths' estate for the robbery?
So that was still open at this point, yeah.
You're still thinking of suing his estate?
No, it hadn't been concluded. So at the point of which, of Martin's death, then if I remember correctly, the outstanding debt was still live on his account, and the robbery of £7,000 or whatever that was still, yeah. But from my intention was never to recover any of that, and we didn't.
He continues, you'll note from paragraph 2.1 that Mrs. Griffiths has agreed to stage payments, which we asked for as an incentive to Mrs. Griffiths, maintaining confidentiality. As drafted, if Mrs. Griffiths were to breach confidentiality, we could stop any further payments, but not recoup sums already made. Please let me know if you'd like the agreement to be amended to give us that right. Mr. Williams is saying that the provision in the agreement for stage payments to Mrs. Griffiths were included as an incentive to her to maintain confidentiality. That was important for the Post Office, wasn't it?
It was from Roderick. I mean, that was nothing I'd ever discussed. That came... So I wasn't involved in this, in the initial... Sorry. Roderick was drawing up the settlement agreement with Mrs. Griffiths' solicitor. I'd had an earlier conversation with Mrs. Griffiths' solicitor when Gina contacted me via her solicitor to see if we would actually settle the case with her. And this is after the meeting. So I had the meeting on the 1st of September. I'd written the letter and sent that to Mrs. Griffiths, and on the basis of the conversation I'd had with her and her brother on the 1st, I didn't anticipate that we would be proceeding with the payment, because I got the impression that she wanted to wait to see what the outcome of the investigation into the scheme case was.
This is about a different issue. This is about the Post Office staging payments to act as an incentive to her. A sword of Damocles hanging above her head. You don't get any more money unless you keep quiet.
So that's
what this is, isn't it?
So that's what Roderick was setting out. And I presume he'd had that conversation with his solicitor.
No, but he must have had some instructions.
He didn't from me at that time. He'd already had that conversation.
With who?
I presumed with her solicitor, because he was dealing directly with her solicitor.
So are you saying that Mr. Williams thought that including a clause to this effect would be beneficial to the Post Office and therefore included it in the draft?
That's my understanding.
Right.
Yep.
And did it remain in the settlement agreement?
It did, because what he was
So
saying...
that must mean that the Post Office, and from what I gather you said, you approved that?
Yes.
Right, thanks.
Did you see anything unsavoury in using money as a way of ensuring Mr. Griffiths' case was hushed up?
I mean, it wasn't something that I discussed with Gina and her brother, and it didn't even enter my head that we would be going down that road. This was the first I heard of it from Roderick, and the fact that he said it was accepted, then I just allowed it to continue.
So you agreed with the idea that we should use the drip feeding of money to the widow as a means of ensuring that she keeps it hushed up?
I went with what he'd suggested here. Yes, I did.
Do you see anything unsavoury in that?
I mean, my concern at the time was facilitating that payment to Gina. That was my, because I'd had to have lots of conversations to get to this point, and I'd structured it, I felt, as best I could to give her the flexibility to be able to transfer the post office, which is what she and her mother-in-law wanted to do, and give her the option to be able to consider the outcome of the scheme investigation before her making a decision going forward. So at that time, I'd felt that I'd done as much as I could to facilitate that and to help the family financially.
At the point that Mr. Griffiths died, there was a live dispute about the cause of the losses in his branch, wasn't there?
Sorry, when you mean a live dispute, what do you mean?
We've seen some
In terms of the
letters
scheme?
that he had written to the post office and his mother had written to the post office saying that the cause of those was Horizon.
So there's two things in parallel looking at this, and to say I wasn't involved prior to notification of Martin walking in front of the bus. Was there the case had been concluded with Glenchester, and therefore that he'd been served 3 months' notice. And then what we had going in parallel was the scheme, which was the route in for us to look at his case.
In the scheme, it was being said that the losses were caused by Horizon, not by the late Mr. Griffiths.
When we got to investigating that, yes.
Wouldn't the correct, the respectful, the compassionate course of action to be to provide the family with a discretionary payment and allow the claim under the mediation scheme to proceed to its conclusion, so that the rights and wrongs of the cause of the losses in the branch could be established under the scheme?
So what I was trying to do was to facilitate the payment to Gina, and the best route I could get the business to agree, was to do that through the network transformation payment, because that mechanism was already set up, and that's what I tried to do. I tried to give Gina the flexibility so that she had time to consider what the outcomes of the investigation by Post Office and Second Sight were before she needed to agree whether she wanted to pursue the claim through mediation or whether she wanted to accept this discretionary payment.
Do you recall that the JFSA asked the Post Office not to approach Mrs. Griffiths without involving them?
I do recall that, yes.
Did you ignore that request?
No, Gina approached me.
And you thought that there was no need to tell the JFSA about that?
So in terms of the confidentiality, that was with Gina. It wasn't my place to tell JFSA. Gina had approached me via her solicitor, and I respected the fact that she wanted to do that privately, and not in the arena of the scheme. So I went with her wishes.
Would you agree that the JFSA only discovered that you had negotiated this settlement with the family when the working group was notified that the case should not come to mediation because it had been settled?
So my expectation was that Gina would have spoken. I mean, she had been in touch with Alan Bates throughout this situation, and she was having those conversations. It wasn't for me to tell JFSA of what Gina was considering doing. That was a private matter, and I respected the confidentiality of Gina in doing that, so that wasn't for me to pass that on. The formal route was the signing, there was a draft withdrawal notice for Gina to sign if she wanted to accept that payment, and that was the process that was in place. But it wasn't my place to have that conversation.
So is the long and the short of it that you procured a settlement on the basis of £140,000 payment, which figure applied to a completely different type of loss? You ensured that there was a non-disclosure agreement attached to that settlement. You agreed to the staging of payments to act as an incentive, using money as a tool to keep the matter hushed up.
So it was never to keep the matter hushed up. Any settlement agreement that Post Office ever entered into was done with a non-disclosure agreement.
Why?
Because that was just the way they operated. That was always the way.
But just why? Just take a step back from the answer of an automaton. Why does the Post Office always insist on non-disclosure?
Because that's how they tied up the agreement. And
Yes, but why?
Well, I just accepted that was the standard approach in all settlement agreements, and that is how they'd always operated and still do today, I believe.
Because it likes secrecy.
So they wanted to settle the claims, and they wanted to draw a line under that engagement. I'm not talking about this engagement, by the way. I'm talking about, in general terms, that was how they'd always proceeded. Now, in this case...
So I should say the document can come down.
Sorry, can I just on this case, the £140,000 was the payment for the network transformation payment. I believe that the actual settlement was different, but I'm not party to what that looked like, because that conversation had happened between Roderick and her solicitor.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a separate topic, my second topic of this morning, which is the Lepton branch and the Helen Rose report. I think you were first told about the Lepton branch issue in early 2013, is that right?
So that was when Ron was doing the spot review on the Lepton branch.
Let's just look at some emails to nail it down. Poll 0014-1489. And can we start on page 2, please? Can we see an email there from Mr. Warmington to you?
Yes.
Of the 23rd of January 2013. Concern reported by John Armstrong. Second sentence, we have more on this case, which I'll send you soonest, but the following email trail should give you a flavour of it. John Armstrong is one of many sub-postmasters who have referred to communication fail-induced automatic, i.e. Horizon-generated, transaction reversals, where they're not advised of those reversals by Horizon and only get to know of some of them much later. As you all know, Fujitsu have rejected assertions that communication blips can give rise to lost transactions. We're seeing many of those assertions, and some like this one, that might just be true. Apologies for the fact that in the first email chain, John Armstrong's summary of what happened and of the amounts involved was slightly out. We're at the stage where we need the Post Office to assign us a point of contact with clear instructions on who to CC to get to the bottom of these quite complicated transactional issues. If we have to wait for the Fujitsu data to be supplied, unravelled and examined for each one, we'll not be able to clear them before next Christmas. So it's a lost transaction issue, yes?
Yes, it was a reversal.
Just explain to us what you then understood the issue to be. You've described it there as a reversal.
So the actual detail of this case, or just a reversal?
The detail of this.
Okay, so my understanding of what happened here is that a customer came in to pay a BT bill, phone bill, and in the process of processing that payment, the system lost connectivity.
So the communication failed.
Yes, so the screen went blank and the postmaster was unable to process the payment. So what he did in the interest of dealing with the customer, he actually took the money and stamped the the customer's receipt to say that you've paid the bill, and that the customer had left. So that was, but when the system came back up, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the detail here, the transaction was actually reversed, which meant that even though the customer had paid the bill, as far as they were concerned, the bill had not been processed through the system, and therefore, as far as BT would have been informed, that bill had not been paid.
Thank you. And if we go forward to page 1, please. Foot of the page, you reply, sending it on to Andrew Wynne. And why were you sending it on to Andrew Wynne?
Because Andy, as I know him, he had dealt with this situation, I think. So he was the dispute resolution manager in Chesterfield, and I wanted to talk to him about what he'd seen in this case.
And the idea that transactions could be lost would have been rather important news for the Post Office, wouldn't it? It's a significant problem.
So understanding what had gone on in this situation, yes. This is the whole point of what Ron was trying to do, and I was trying to support the information flow to him so that we could understand what had happened here.
And the point that Mr. Warmington was making was that there was nothing to alert the sub-postmaster that the system had reversed the transaction.
That's what he was saying at the time, yes. That wasn't the conclusion, but that's what he thought at the time.
Can we go on, please, to FUJ 0022 9801? So I should have said, if we just scroll to the top of that page, you sent this on to Helen Rose.
Yes.
And why did you send it on to Helen Rose?
Because I wanted Helen's support in understanding the information from Fujitsu. So Ron, in the email train, said he was having problems getting, or he had to wait to get the information from Fujitsu. It would take an age. Having, what Helen had done with Ferndown and pulling that information for me a couple of years earlier than that, I went to her to see whether she could do the same so that we could facilitate that information flow.
Thank you. FUJ 0022 9801. And if we start at page 2, please. You're emailing Gareth Jenkins directly by this time?
Yes.
At the foot of the page. That's it.
That's right.
Thanks for your help. I thought we'd already asked for formal help on this case. If this is not the case, then I do wish to process such a request. Could you advise on the process? I absolutely need to be able to articulate what's happened here. So given that you are probably the person that can help formally, I look forward to our future correspondence. Were you taking the lead here?
So I was trying to get the information from Fujitsu so that we could share that with Second Sight.
And were you taking the lead here?
In essence, yes, because I wasn't aware of what the process was, which you can see from my note, and I wanted to hurry it up.
And liaising directly with Gareth Jenkins?
On the back of, I'd seen some correspondence between, I think Helen copied me into something earlier, so yes, I reached out to try and push it ahead.
Can we move on then to poll 0013 4139? And again, start with page 2, please. So I should have started with page 1, just to, if we go to the top of page 1, you're forwarded the entire chain here between Helen Rose and Gareth Jenkins about Lepton, the branch in which this had originally occurred.
Yep.
With Ms. Rose saying to you, email string may be of interest. I'm not really sure where to take this. Happy to try for a change request. I don't want to tackle one small issue when we may need to challenge deeper issues with the way we see data from Fujitsu credence. And then if we look down, please, at the foot of the page. Thank you. The email to Helen Rose from Gareth Jenkins, and then carry on. And then carry on to Helen Rose's email to Gareth Jenkins. I can see where the transaction is and now understand the reason behind it. My main concern is that we use the basic ARQ logs for evidence in court. And if we don't know what extra reports to ask for, then in some circumstances, we would not be giving a true picture. When you read this chain, or this part of the chain, would that have sounded alarm bells to you?
So, not at the time. I mean, I was trying to get to the bottom of what had gone on in Lepton for the spot review. I wasn't familiar with how Helen and that team worked, other than if there was anything unusual or important or anything else, I expected her to be able to raise that through her reporting line.
What the person you had asked within Post Office, the analyst, to do, i.e. liaise with Fujitsu directly to help you progress the issue,
Yes.
had resulted in was a concerning observation by her that the data being provided by Fujitsu for use in court was not disclosing a full picture of transactions, correct?
That's what she's saying, yes. She had some concerns about that.
And in her email to you, she said she didn't know what to do about it.
I took that to be about getting the change request sorted. So
To get a change request to, sorry to speak over you,
Sorry.
to get more data.
No. So the change request was in relation to changing the ID on the transaction, so it was obvious that it had not been done by the postmaster or whoever was in branch, but that it was a separate ID, so it was easily identified to that this was a system a reversal rather than a reversal that was initiated by the postmaster in this case.
But go back to the top of page 1, please. In that second paragraph, she's raising a broader issue here, isn't she, with you, saying, I don't know where to go with this. I have discovered as a result of this case that the ARQ logs that we use in court do not show or may not show a true picture. We may not be giving the court a true picture.
That's not how I read this. I read this as, I'm not sure where to take this, happy to try for a change request. So that is how I read this. Now, I don't...
Are you saying that you now recall how you read this?
No, so what I'm saying is that when I read this, then I read that as, I don't know where to go with this, but I can do a change request if you want me to. I've not seen any further email correspondence on this.
You didn't do anything according to the email chains that we've been provided with in response to this?
I don't think so, unless I had a conversation with Helen, but I don't remember. I have seen something else in the disclosure that I did initiate or put on an improvement list to get this change facilitated, although I'd forgotten about that.
To get what changed?
The change of the ID, to make it obvious that this wasn't a postmaster reversal, that it was a system-generated reversal.
Because I'm talking about we may be presenting incomplete and inaccurate evidence, but by reason of its incompleteness to the court issue.
So I didn't read that this way. As I say, if I had a conversation with Helen and I don't remember, then I would have said, because I expected her to take this through her reporting line, because this was outside my area of knowledge. I've seen subsequent disclosure that she did do that, and then she produced a report later, but that report, I don't remember seeing that at the time she did it, and I've got no evidence that she sent it to me, although I have seen that I requested it at a later date because I became aware of it. So for me, my take on what she was saying is, I'm not sure really where to go with this, because I'm happy to take it for a change request. That's what I took from this. I'm not really sure where to take this in terms of relation to the evidence, because that clearly would be through her reporting line. That's where she would automatically take that.
Let's see what you say in your witness statement about this, please. It's page 45, paragraph 94 onwards. Page 45, please. And you say document, and you give the character string, which is the email we've just been looking at, is an email to me on the 13th of February forwarding correspondence between her and Gareth Jenkins, flagging concerns that horizon-based system corrections and adjustment transactions are not clear on credence or ARQ logs, as shown with the Lepton logs. That's one of the issues, would you agree, that it raises?
Yes, it is one of the issues.
The other issue is the presentation of evidence in court proceedings.
Yes, it's linked, obviously, yes.
I cannot recall my response. I've requested a copy of my response to Helen's email, but the Post Office could not locate this, which indicates that I did not reply to Helen via email. I may have had a conversation with her to discuss the email, but you can't remember. At 95, I did not share the report with or brief others in senior management, board, sub-postmasters or RMP on the report. You cannot recall when you first became aware of the report. You've asked the Post Office for a copy of the covering email from Helen Rose to recipients of the report, but they're unable to locate it. Seem to remember it was brought to my attention by the legal team as they were preparing for the group litigation order. So you think you didn't, we're going to come to the Helen Rose report in a moment, you think you didn't see the Helen Rose report until preparation years later for the group litigation?
So I didn't see the report from Helen at the time she wrote it. It was later. I can't remember when that was. I have seen some further disclosure after I put this together that I've asked somebody for a copy of the report, and that would be, I think, in 2014, which would be earlier than going into the litigation, but I couldn't remember at what point I saw it. I definitely saw it, but I couldn't remember when. Okay,
we'll come to that a little later. The inquiry have asked to what extent, if at all, did the matters concerning the ARQ raised in the Helen Rose emails, let's restrict it to the emails for the moment, made me or anyone else at Post Office concerned that past convictions may be unsafe. Whilst I can't speak for anyone else personally, I did not make any connection to the safety of past convictions from the emails from Helen Rose or the Helen Rose report. Whilst I realise this sounds naive, prosecutions were outside my area of responsibility and indeed my knowledge scope. I took no view on how they were put together, other than to be assured they were all done in line with the Code for Crown Prosecutors, etc.
Yes.
So when Helen Rose was raising with Mr. Jenkins and then drawing to your attention the fact that basic ARQ logs are used for evidence in court, and therefore, in some circumstances, we would not be giving a true picture to the court. That didn't ring any alarm bells.
Not for me at the time. As I said, I expected Helen to take that through her reporting line.
You would have expected Helen to take that through her reporting
Yes.
line, even though she was drawing it to your attention.
Well, she was only drawing it to my attention because I'd asked her to look into the Lepton case.
So is it one of those things that it's just somebody else's job, Miss van den Bogerd?
Well, it was outside my knowledge scope, as I said, so I wouldn't have had the knowledge to know what to do with that. Helen did raise it through her line, and it was subsequently addressed that way. So, as I say, I don't remember if I had a conversation with her about it, but she certainly did what I expected her to do, was go to her line route to make sure that she expressed her concerns there, and it was dealt with appropriately.
Are you saying that you need a greater, as you call it, knowledge scope in order to realise that it's a serious issue to present incomplete and therefore inaccurate information to a court?
So this is the first time I started getting involved in this. I wasn't, I didn't have the broader view or the broader knowledge, and now I would obviously look at this very, very differently. But Helen was used to doing this. It was Helen's expertise, and she was there to take that through her reporting line.
But you were handling the Lepton issue.
I was trying to get to understand what had gone on with the Lepton issue, yes, and provide that information to Ron in Second Sight.
Did you pass on to Mr. Warmington of Second Sight the fact that the Post Office may be presenting incomplete and therefore inaccurate ARQ data to courts?
I don't believe I shared that email chain with Ron.
Or the information in the email chain?
I don't believe I did. I had numerous conversations with Ron on this particular case, trying to understand what had gone on there, but I wouldn't have discussed the other email chain between Gareth and Helen with him.
Thank you. So could we take our morning break, please, until 11:10?
Certainly. One advantage of being here, Mr. Beard, is that I can start without the latecomers.
Yes. Ms. Madam Bogerd, can we move to later in the year of 2013 to see what happened further in relation to the issue that Helen Rose had been asked to investigate, arising from the problem at the Lepton branch, and look at poll 00146928. And go to page 3, please. And scroll down. This chain starts with an email of the 19th of November 2013 from Ron Warmington to Shirley Hailstones. I think she was a case manager, is that right?
Case review manager, yes.
Sorry, case review manager, you're quite right. On the Post Office
Yes.
side of the mediation scheme, is that right?
That's right. She was part of my team, yes.
And how many case review managers were there?
2. So she was the north, so there was one in the south.
And Mr. Warmington had copied in Lee Castleton, his partner in business, Ian Henderson. That's Mr. Warmington's partner in business, Mr. Henderson, and Alan Bates, and says to Miss Hailstones, Shirley, I am looking at Lee's source documents now. That's Lee Castleton. We'll scan and send you those you've asked for. In the meantime, here's spot review 18. I'll also locate in Lee's documents, which I have here, the pages that relate to the transactions that Lee claims were entered at times when neither Lee nor his staff were logged in. My thoughts turn to auto-generated reversals as a possibility here. As we've already established, Horizon allocates to each of its own reversals the ID of the staff member who input the transaction that the system, is then reversing. My position on that is that the design is incorrect and that such auto-reversals should always have had attached to them an ID naming Horizon itself, not asserting that the person who keyed the about-to-be reversed transaction and who may not even know that his or her transaction is about to be reversed also processed the reversal. Also seems that in many cases, not only did the originator not know that one of his or her transactions was being reversed, but also never found out that reversal at any later time either. And so what would you agree Mr. Warmington is doing here, is raising the Lepton branch issue in the context of the investigation of Lee Castleton's case?
Yes, he's making a link there and asking and letting Shirley know that.
He's pointing out that it might have occurred at Lee Castleton's branch too. The ARQ data showed transactions next to a branch user ID, but the people at the branch were certain they hadn't performed the transactions, is what Mr. Castleton was saying. At Lepton, it appeared, on the face of it, as if this was a branch transaction. That's what the system showed, rather than a system-generated reversal. And so he was saying it was possible that the disputed transactions at Marine Drive were themselves automated, despite the user ID of a branch user being shown next to them. That's the point he's making, isn't it?
Yes.
So the Lepton issue is being raised again in Mr. Castleton's case. Yes?
Yes.
And then if we scroll up, please, there is some information that's irrelevant. And then if we go on to page 2, please. Ms. Hailstones replies directly to Mr. Warmington, cutting out Lee Castleton, Ian Henderson, and Alan Bates from the chain. Can you please provide the transaction logs applicable to the transaction or more detail? And then up, please. Mr. Warmington says, I don't think I've been given these, Shirley, but we'll take a a fresh look. Lee, if you still have those, please get them to us. Shirley, at this stage of the process, I think you should routinely copy, as I did, and have again here, the applicant and his chosen professional advisor, Emma Porter, on correspondence. So Mr. Warmington was saying that correspondence of this nature should be copied into the applicant to the scheme, yes?
That's what he was suggesting, yes.
Yes, rather than being excluded.
That's what he's suggesting in terms of direct copy, yes.
Bottom of page 1, please. Shirley Hailstones forwards that chain to you. And then up the page, please. You forward it to the lawyer Andrew Parsons and the lawyer Roderick Williams, asking or saying you'd be interested in your views on Ron's approach here, i.e. copying the email correspondence to the applicant, their advisor, and Alan Bates. Shirley's investigating that case and has legitimately asked Ron for some more information he may have. This interaction, in my view, this interaction should, in my view, not be widely circulated. I'd appreciate your thoughts. So it had been pushed up the chain to you, the fact that Mr. Castleton should be kept out of the loop. You agreed with that, didn't you?
So this was a point of process. So what we'd agreed when we started the scheme is that Ron would be Ron and Ian, second site, sorry, would be the liaison directly with the applicants and their advisors, and then linking to us. It was never, it's not about keeping them out of the loop, it was just who was meant to be sharing that information at what point. Now, we'd had feedback from JFSA in the process to say that they didn't want direct contact with the applicants from Post Office because it triggered, it just brought back bad memories, and even later in the scheme they asked us to remove the Post Office logo from any correspondence that they sent, so it would just be mediation scheme kind of logo. So this was simply a process point around what's the appropriate way that we should be engaging with second site, and my view is that...
To summarise, you're saying that you had the well-being and health of sub-postmasters at the forefront of your mind, because to be copied in on correspondence with the Post Office might trigger them. That's what you're thinking, is it?
That was part of it. The other part of it is that the communication back to the applicant should have been done, which should have only been when the case had been investigated. So they'd get a Post Office investigation report, and then they'd get the case review report from second site. So the process was that they shouldn't, from Post Office's perspective, be included in all the correspondence in between, because that was just part of the investigation, but it was for second site to liaise directly with the applicant and the advisors.
Was it that you wanted the Post Office to appear helpful whilst actually preventing the sub-postmasters from gaining access to information in the course of the investigation of the case?
Not at all, because the access they had was to second site, who had all the information.
So what? So there wouldn't have been a problem with second site forwarding this email?
No.
It was just the fact they were copied in?
Yes, it was just a
to a
process.
chain.
It was just a process point.
You wanted to erect information barriers, didn't you, to prevent the sub-postmasters from finding out the truth from second sight, didn't you?
No. Second sight had the the ability to liaise directly with them and get the information flow directly. So it was nothing about stopping information at all. It was just purely a process point about who should be doing that.
Can we move on, please, to 2014, poll 302-9709. And start with page 2, please. And if we go to the foot of the page, please. There's an email from Mr. Darlington, who is a member of Howe & Co. Solicitors, yes?
Yes.
Emailing Mr. Warmington, and then a general Post Office group email. Do you know what that was on the copy list?
No.
He says, "Dear Ron, as Pretty has stated in her last sentence, we're seeking a stay on the time limits on all cases under review due to the implications of the Post Office's non-disclosure of system-generated transactions and Horizon's integrity issues. The Helen Rose report is of critical significance to all cases. The information contained within it is a compelling case for such a stay in its own right. When combined with the Andy Wynne Alan Lusher email in the case of Ward, which explicitly states that Fujitsu can remotely change the figures in the branch without the sub-postmaster's knowledge or authority, the case for a general stay is overwhelming." So here, this email is bringing together two strands, isn't it? One that we looked at yesterday, the Wynne Lusher email about remote access.
Yes.
And secondly, the issues raised in the Helen Rose report. And then if we scroll up, please, we can go past that email onto page 1. Miss Crow sends that on to you in April about postponement of the working group, but asked, does anyone know anything about the email being quoted below about remote alteration of figures in branch? That's the Wynne Lusher email. That's a new one. I think that's a new one on me. Can we chase Cartwright King for a response on the Rose report point, and then further up? You reply to her. You attach an email chain. I think that's the Wynne Lusher email chain. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be right.
In terms of corrections, transaction corrections and acknowledgements, that's the Helen Rose issue. We've explained these in the fact file, so it should be clear that these need the branch to accept. The TCTA on the Horizon systems, it doesn't automatically make any adjustments. What did you mean by that?
In terms of the transaction correction and the transaction acknowledgement, how they operated is what I've called out there.
So you're saying on the transaction stroke acknowledgements issue, that's the Helen Rose report issue, we've explained these in the fact file.
So the transaction correction, transaction acknowledgement wasn't anything to do with the Helen Rose or the Lepton scenario.
That's a separate issue again, is
Yes.
it? Okay, my mistake. What happened then in relation to the issue that Howe & Co. were raising concerning the Helen Rose report?
So Belinda picked that up and said, where are we with Cartwright King on that one? What I was bringing to the attention of everybody here was this was the issue around the Wynne and Lusher. I think it was Alan Lusher. That's the bit that he's referring to there.
But so there's three things going on then here. One is the Wynne Lusher email, one is the TCTA issue,
Yes.
and the third is the issue raised or addressed in the Helen Rose report concerning the Lepton branch.
Yes.
What happened to the question or the assertion made in Mr. Darlington's email that the Helen Rose report is of critical significance to all cases? What did you do as a result of that?
So I didn't do anything with that. Belinda picked that up. Just to scroll down, Belinda picked that up directly and said, where are we with that?
Okay, and why was that Belinda's responsibility?
So Belinda was part of the Project Sparrow team. And as I said yesterday, we didn't have defined roles. We'd never defined each person's role within what we were doing. But mine was predominantly the cases. and the investigation, and the rest of the team, and the legal team and Belinda tended to facilitate a number of those requests and keep an overview on what was going on.
I've already asked you about the remote access issues yesterday, and so I'm not going to go back on those again. Last question on the Lepton branch issue. Were you involved in any discussions or decisions about the extent to which it should be disclosed to convicted defendants?
No.
Were you involved in any discussions or decisions on the extent to which it should be disclosed in ongoing prosecutions?
No.
And were you involved in any discussions or decisions on the extent to which it should be disclosed to the CCRC?
No, that was all done by the legal team.
Thank you. That can come down, thank you. Can I turn to my third topic then, which is setting up the mediation scheme proper? You tell us in your witness statement that you were a member of the working group and the initial complaint review of the initial complaint review and mediation scheme. Is
Yes,
that right?
Correct.
And you tell us, I think, about your role in paragraph 114 of your witness statement, which we should turn up. It's on page 60. You say that your role within the scheme and working group was to, and on behalf of POL, lead the team of case review advisors, investigators, who be carrying out the investigation and drafting of the POIR. Is that the Post Office's investigation report?
It is, yes.
i.e. it's the response to what Second Sight produced?
It's the response to the issues that came in from the applicant.
I see. Before Second Sight had produced its first draft.
So we produced the Post Office investigation report, passed that to Second Sight. They reviewed that in light with all the evidence and whatever other inquiries they undertook, and then they produced their case review report.
You had a North and South team, as you've told us already, with 10 case review advisors, investigators in each led by a manager. We've seen the name of one of those two managers for the North area. The managers sent each draft case investigation report for my review, and my review involved ensuring that each of the issues have been investigated, their findings explained in an easy-to-understand language, and that the findings were supported by evidence. My involvement in the scheme was prompted by my involvement in the Ferndown interview, but I wanted to take on this role, so I had a genuine desire to understand if there was any substance in the complaints. What motivated your genuine desire to understand if there was substance in the complaints?
Well, as we discussed yesterday, I'd had some rumblings over the years, and given that Horizon essentially was the backbone in terms of how we operated in our network, I wanted to understand if there was anything in the claims that it was Horizon that was generating the discrepancies.
Was it your view from the start of the mediation scheme, the formal mediation scheme, that the idea was to, at best, placate some sub-postmasters with token payments and apologies?
So when we went into when I started getting involved, it was about getting to the truth in terms of what had happened in the branches. There was an expectation, I think, within Post Office that we weren't massively exposed in terms of compensation payments, and I've seen some advice around what that would look like if we did need to compensate, which was, I think, in the range of 3 months' notice in terms of the remuneration, the contract. But there was never an expectation that there would be a huge liability in terms of compensation, yes.
That's the answer to a different set of questions, which would have been, what legal advice did you receive as to the extent of the liability exposure of Post Office? The question I asked was it the plan from the beginning of the mediation scheme on Post Office's part to only offer token payments and apologies?
No, so it would have depended on the findings of the reports. So in terms of the investigation, so it was never the intention was always about understanding if there was anything in the issues and the complaints that were being raised at the time. So it was a genuine attempt to investigate those claims and to see what the outputs of that were.
So it was always and throughout a genuine attempt to get to the truth and pay whatever compensation was due, whether that was a small amount or a large amount.
So it was always my intention to get to the truth. The compensation element was separate from my consideration at the time.
Was it always, to your knowledge, is Post Office's intention to get to the truth?
Yes.
Can we turn, please, to poll 0010-0036? Poll 0010-0336. Sorry for the delay. Thank you. On the 24th of February 2014, this is, a meeting took place between Paula Venells, Chris Oyard, Ron Wormington and Ian Henderson, so the two directors of Second Sight, the CEO and interim general counsel. And this is Mr. Oyard's minute of it. We can see that from the second page. His name at the end of it. And if we just go back to page 1, please. The meeting was held at Paula Venells' request in order to discuss the progress of the mediation scheme with Second Sight. Paula Venells explained that there were a number of areas he wanted to discuss, including the letter of engagement, the pressure from SHEEX, that's the shareholder executive, the board and timescales. Overall, the meeting was friendly with what appeared to be real engagement by Second Sight. It was noted by Paula Venells that the projected level of claims was currently around 100, and I think that's supposed to be million, in response to which Second Sight noted that their back of the envelope calculation was of the order of 25 to 50 million. Paula Venells observed this was a long way from the figures that were in mind when the scheme was established, which were much smaller and more of the nature of a token within an apology. It was the case that neither the board nor the shareholder executive would countenance the payment of large-scale amounts by way of compensation. So I'll ask you again, did you know at the beginning, at the establishment of the scheme, that the plan was to make payments which were more of the nature of a token with an apology?
So if I go back to the start, so my involvement at the start was before the scheme. So when I got involved, and this was about getting to the truth and understanding, it was the initial inquiry, which is the spot review approach. And my early conversations were with, I was part of the broader conversation with Alice, Paula, Susan, and a few others. And we weren't talking about compensation at that point. It was about getting to the truth of the claims. This, as I covered off earlier, came in later into the equation. I wasn't aware of this note until this morning, but there was always a sense, and I don't know at what point, there was a sense that this wouldn't be a massive compensation liability for Post Office. It would be a lot less money than clearly what was talked about here. But I wasn't party to those conversations. It was just that's what was relayed to me.
You were or one of the main leaders on the Post Office side of the mediation scheme, weren't you?
Yes, in the working group, yes.
Were you the most senior of the Post Office representatives on the Post Office side of the working group?
No, that would be General Counsel.
Were you the next most senior?
So it was General Counsel, it was myself. Belinda would have been there as a secretariat role, and then we had Andy Parsons as, so I would have been the only other Post Office person consistently throughout that process.
You adopted a leading role in the mediation scheme on behalf of Post Office, didn't you?
In terms of the investigations?
And in engagement in the working group?
And engagement in the working group, I did, yes.
Were you not told that Post Office's idea of what the scheme should be, how it should end up, was that small payments, more in the nature of token payments, should be the outcome, along with apologies?
I don't think so at the start.
So how's it happened that the Chief Executive is disclosing in this private meeting here of what the plan was, and you didn't know about it?
So I think at the start, then, as I said yesterday, the scheme wasn't designed entirely when we started it. It was designed through the working group. So I didn't have an awareness of what we expected at the start, the compensation levels to be.
So all bets were off. It was an open field. The payments could be small, large, or gigantic.
So from my understanding, we were generally entering into this with, we need to get to the truth, and therefore, if we didn't know what the truth was, how could we possibly have an outcome in mind? That was my understanding and my involvement. Now, as I said, as it went through, it became quite obvious within Post Office that we didn't expect the compensation levels to be large, and I don't remember the date that happened. Clearly, by this point, Paul is concerned about it. But I say I wasn't party to all of those conversations.
When do you say the start was in terms of formulating the scheme?
So the scheme would have been formulated. I think we opened up for applications in August 2013.
Yeah.
Prior to that, we've been doing the spot reviews. So that's...
Or were they related to the interim report rather than the scheme?
Yes.
Yeah. So in general terms, the scheme came after the interim report?
Yes.
Right. So at the start, the summer of 2013, and this note is February 2014. So within 5 or 6 months of the start, clearly this was the view of Miss Venells, wasn't it?
Yes, because at this
point...
point...
And you didn't know anything between the start and this point in time that was her view. That seems to be what you're telling me.
So what I'm saying is that at the start, we didn't have... part of the application process was that the applicant would actually say what they expected their claim to be. And that's what obviously would have been driving the 100 million figure that I think that Paul is quoting there. At the start, we didn't have any knowledge of what that would be. It would have just been what people guessed it might be, and clearly Post Office was in a very different place to where the applicants were.
Yeah. So in summary, once it became clear by the submission of applications
Yes,
that some people were looking for very large sums of money,
yes,
it became the view of the Post Office that that was never going to happen, in truth.
yes. That's
Right.
what they didn't expect to happen, yeah.
And was that said openly to sub-postmasters?
No.
Was the mediation process instead presented to sub-postmasters as a means by which they could achieve compensation for the way in which their contracts were terminated and for losses that arose from contract termination, and that compensation was at large?
I don't think it was set out in those terms, and I can't remember what the communication was now, which would have been in the application process itself, but it was set out as a way of understanding the issues and to see whether we could achieve closure. I think there was a difference of opinion, clearly a difference of opinion on what closure looked like for Post Office and what that looked like for the applicants to the scheme.
Was this plan or belief by the Post Office that the scheme in operation would only deliver, at best, smaller token payments with apologies, ever revealed to Sir Anthony Hooper?
I don't know. It certainly wasn't revealed through the working group meetings. If he'd had private conversations outside of that, I wasn't aware at the time.
If Post Office's private view as to the nature of the scheme, as expressed here, was revealed neither to sub-postmasters nor Sir Anthony Hooper, would you agree that the Post Office acted in bad faith during the mediation scheme?
I think the Post Office view changed throughout that scheme. I think at the start it was genuine, and I think when it was obvious where the claim level was from the applicants, that Post Office view changed.
And when that view changed, as you would have it, we see that Ms Venells said that that was the view from when the scheme was established. But even if the view changed, as you've told us, was that revealed to your knowledge?
No.
Do you accept from then on the Post Office was maintaining a charade?
Well, I think we still generally wanted to go into the mediation scheme to try and get some closure on those cases, and some cases did get closure through that. But there was clearly, and this was evident from the working group and the conversations in there, that there was a big gap there. So I don't think I'd say a charade, but actually there was a gap in expectation that was quite obvious.
Was it instead always the case, right from the beginning, that from the Post Office's perspective, the purpose of the mediation scheme was for the Post Office to put its own position to sub-postmasters, to tell them that there was nothing wrong with Horizon System and that their contracts had been properly terminated?
That was never my understanding, and had it been that, I wouldn't have volunteered to have got involved.
But was there a document or a written record of the Post Office's intentions or plans at the outset of the scheme for its operation? i.e. its tactics?
So are you talking about the actual scheme? Because
Yes, the mediation scheme.
because my involvement was at the start, and for my understanding, from recollection, is what happened is that we had the interim report. So we'd had a year of Second Sight investigating into the spot reviews. We had the interim report that I think came out on the 8th of July 2013, and in response to that, which is subject to a board meeting or some kind of meeting, out of that was born the scheme. And I don't recall a particular document, or there would have been some discussion in that meeting around what that should look like. But I can't remember if it was, I don't recall it being articulated around we expect it to be this, although I have seen some correspondence around expectations, but I can't remember where from.
Can we move, please, to poll 0019-9572? And if we go to the second page, please, and just look at the bottom of the first page so we can see. Thank you. An email from Mr. Bates to Ms. Venells at around the same time, so in fact the month before, headed concerns. I'm quite concerned about what I've been hearing recently about the Post Office trying to change the scope of the scheme in order to restrict the terms of the investigation and stop certain matters being discussed. I should make it clear that the JFSA signed up to the details as were discussed and documented last July and August, and alterations to what was agreed will result in JFSA withdrawing from the working group and the scheme. I don't know if you're aware of what's being proposed by the new Post Office members of the working group, but from what I can glean, it seems as if the Post Office are trying to hijack the process, which is something your minister assured me would not happen in her letter to me last September. I'd be grateful if you'd look into what's happening at present. The impression I am getting seems to be very different from the discussions we had last year. And then up, please. That's forwarded to you, asking to Martin and Belinda, copied to you, advising on a response, and then further up the page, please. We can see that Sophie, the Public Affairs Manager, and just help us with Sophie, the Public Affairs Manager, is that in Media and Communications, or is that something different? Okay, so Media and Communications.
I think so Sophie was involved initially, and I think Melanie Caulfield came in after instead of Sophie.
Was Mr. Bates right? By January 2014, was the Post Office trying to hijack the mediation process?
So I think it had changed. So again, Alan would be going back to the start, where we had brought Second Sight in. And when we went from the inquiry, which was a spot review element of it, into the scheme, then it was a much more narrow focus on, it was to do with the applicant's issues at a branch level, whereas initially Second Sight was looking a bit more holistically around the issues.
Was Mr. Bates right that the Post Office was trying to stop matters from being discussed?
In terms of, the different elements of it, then it had definitely changed in terms of the scope, had changed from initially at the start in 2012 to where we were when we went into the scheme. So this would have been, so the scheme opened in August, it closed in November 2013 for applicants, and this would have been a couple of months afterwards. So from Alan's perspective, he clearly felt there was a significant change. We'd had a change of membership. He refers to the change of membership in the group.
Was that Chris Oyard coming on board?
So Susan would have left, as she said this week, and I forget exactly what date she said she left, but Chris Oyard came in as her...
From September 2013 onwards. Was there a hardening of the Post Office's position from Mr. Oyard's arrival?
I think so.
In what respect was that hardening of the Post Office position manifesting itself? Sorry,
more focus on the specific cases and getting the investigations concluded in the individual level in a reasonable timeline, whereas prior to the scheme, we had very little output from those investigations and the timeline drifted. So it was about focus on getting the timeline.
When you say more focused on individual investigations, you mean less focus on systemic issues?
I don't think so. I think it was more around we had the applicants that come into the scheme. We had 150 that ended up being 136, and that's the focus. Where I think Second Sight, from Chris's perspective, we're drifting outside the branch issues.
Can we move on, please? Poll 0020 0717. This is a slide deck dated, as we can see, the 13th of February 2014 about the initial complaint review and mediation scheme. And it's an update for EXCO. So is that the executive team within the Post Office?
Executive committee, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, executive committee. Just help us. I think we've heard about a board, and then underneath it, an executive team. What was the executive committee?
I think it's the same thing, actually. The name changed several times. I would take that to be the executive director's level that reported into Paula, and then Paula reported into board.
So who would be on it?
No,
who would be on it?
Who would be on it? Sorry. It would be all Paula's direct report. So, I'm sorry, I'm probably going to get this. In terms of the job roles, there would have been the CFO, there would have been the Chief Operating Officer, there would have been the CIO, Finance Director, the HR Director. So it was that broad level. Comms Director.
Can we go to the next page, please? There is an agenda for a meeting. Can you see that?
Yes.
Over the page, please. It records that the programme, that's the mediation scheme, is at a critical juncture with large potential financial exposure with a very large expectation gap. Post Office has no hard power and minimal influence, and is paying the bills. What was hard power?
I presume control from this.
Was that something that the Post Office wanted, hard power?
Not that I was aware of at the start.
Were you responsible, or did you contribute to this slide deck?
I don't believe so.
You were still at this time one of the senior leaders within the Post Office, responsible for the mediation scheme, weren't you?
In terms of the investigations, yes.
Well, and in terms of sitting on the working group, yes.
Yes, in terms of the working group as well, yes.
Was it your view that the Post Office had no hard power in the mediation scheme?
No, well, we never, I mean, when we set it up, it was never intended that we would have hard power or control anyway. I mean, we had an independent process running. And that
This seems to be written as a complaint, doesn't it? We have no hard power. We've got minimal influence over the way this thing is going, and yet we're having to pay for it.
But that was always the way it was set up. That was the agreement from the start. It would be independent. We would be footing the bill, but we would have no influence over the independent forensic accountants firm that we brought in. That was how it was set up.
Did you ever gain any information that the EXCO or the board expected Post Office to have hard power and proper influence on the mediation scheme?
I didn't at the time. I've since seen things disclosed and listened to evidence from other people, but I didn't at the time.
It continues in the next bullet point, hostile stakeholders, including those directly engaged by the Post Office. In the mediation scheme, who were the hostile stakeholders directly engaged by the Post Office?
Well, from this, it can only be a second sight, because we didn't engage any other stakeholders.
Were they hostile?
Not to my working knowledge. They were challenging.
Well, they were independent.
Exactly, which I expected them to be. They were independent and therefore they were challenging, and they were looking at things through a different lens to what Post Office are traditionally looked at.
So how's it happened that the third bullet point has been constructed to brief EXCO for this meeting, and it doesn't represent what you believe to be the case? And the fourth bullet point too is saying that hostile stakeholders are second site. So second site are hostile stakeholders, and you didn't believe that to be the case either.
That wasn't my view. Sorry, who authored this?
Well, that's what we're trying to discover. That's why I asked you.
Okay, because it's not language I would use.
Are you trying to distance yourself from this, whereas in fact this was your view? You were rather resenting the fact that second site were independent.
No, I wasn't actually.
You thought, we're Post Office, we're paying the bills here, and therefore we ought to be able to dictate the results.
Not at all. That was, as I said earlier, that's not why I got involved.
Susan Crichton dropped the ball by getting people who were too independent in.
Susan Crichton did her job by getting people who were independent. That was the whole point at the start.
And was forced out of the business.
Yes, but what I'm saying is Susan, when we had the early conversations about what we were trying to do, we wanted it to be independent, and that's why we went down the route of second site, and they were doing their job.
The next bullet point, the working group was asserting itself and seeking to re-engineer its scope, or the scope of the scheme, presumably. Is that accurate too?
The working group, we were looking to get more focus on putting applications through the process. So we did become more focused around timelines, and that was it, really. I mean, the working group, it was a developing way of working from the start. And when Sir Anthony Hooper joined, which was about a month after, I think, in October, that's when we started to get the focus and get some shape to getting the outputs from the applications.
The author of this document is telling the EXCO that the process the process design was being driven by vested interests. Was that your view?
Depends what they meant by vested interests. The vested interest, from my understanding, was we all wanted to get the investigations into the issues done as quickly as we could. It took longer than we all expected because they were very complex issues and we didn't have all the information readily available to us. So that, I think, was the vested interest, is getting to the production of the reports, the conclusions, and then on to the next stage, which would have been the mediation.
If a person wished to brief the EXCO about the current operation of the mediation scheme in mid-February 2014, you would be the obvious person to turn to for information. Do you agree?
For information
scroll up, please, to page 2. Yeah, sorry, it was on page 3, actually, if we scroll down. Can you see an email there? We just scroll up a little bit. Thank you. And a bit more from Andrew Parsons to, amongst others, you, in July 2014, on Suspense account, a paper, Second Sight. And Mr. Parsons says, Belinda Angela, as discussed briefly yesterday, I suspect the information requested by Ian below, that's Ian Henderson, is highly commercially sensitive. It may also be that the figures in question are quite high, and just stopping there, I think he's there talking about, is this right, the details of month-end balances and profit and losses.
Sorry, I didn't quite see the earlier.
Yes,
this is
I'm
about
trying to do this
at
some speed. Take
I
it
think
from
the
me
initial request was around the Suspense account, and I think then Ian started to narrow the request.
The figures in question are quite high. This may then be portrayed as if there are significant sums each month that cannot be reconciled with the Post Office's accounts. The inference from this is that the Post Office's processes, accounting systems are flawed, given the volume of discrepancies. Whether or not this is correct, it's an easy leap to make. So was what Second Sight were saying was that they were seeking information of the amounts held in Suspense accounts on a monthly basis?
Yes.
And also seeking information of where that money went into the Post Office's profit and loss accounts?
Yes.
Then if we can go up, please. And again. Second Sight have now come back, you're copied into this email as well, from Belinda Crowe, and asked for their information on the Suspense account. Specifically, can we have details of the month-end balances for this account for the last 3 years, together with details of amounts released to profit and loss? Then you can see what's said in the following paragraphs. No need to read those in detail. And then up to the top of the page. And keep going. Roderick Williams says, I'd like to avoid giving anything, if at all possible. Less is more. Rather than give them the data they've asked for, we should provide management information which gives context, e.g. something along these lines, i.e. global figures, rather than in relation to individual accounts, essentially. Is that right?
Yes.
This email chain informed you that significant sums each month were being held in Suspense accounts, which couldn't be reconciled with the Post Office's account. What was done about that?
So this was, Al Cameron was the CFO, Charles Cahoon, part of his finance team, and this was being managed with Al in terms of what we should and shouldn't be disclosing in terms of commercial sensitivity. So I think Al had met with, when are we, 2014, I can't remember the date. I think Al met with them at least once, maybe twice, and did produce some responses to them.
Is a summary of your answer, it was somebody else's responsibility?
So whilst I was copied into some of this, I wasn't driving this particular line with Second Sight. This was Belinda taking the lead on coordinating the responses from the finance team. I've never seen Post Office's Suspense account.
I'll move on. Can we look, please, at poll 00307313? This is an email chain, again involving you, and also Ron Warmington, Chris Oyard, Belinda Cortes-Martin and Andrew Parsons, again regarding Second Sight's queries about the suspend accounts issue. And can we go to page 5, please? And scroll down. And sorry, just go up so we can see to the top of the page and the bottom of page 4. Keep going just so we can see it's Mr. Warmington's email. Hadn't realised it was this long. Keep going. Thank you. Mr. Warmington to Chris Oyard, Belinda Crowe, copied to a mediation generic address. And this chain was forwarded on to you. And then if we scroll through it, please, I realise there's a lot of text here and the font is headache-inducing. Scroll down, please. And keep going. And stop there. He says our working group's chairman himself posed a question, which we hope we correctly recall as, could a surplus in one branch be offset by a shortfall in another? We're extending that question to, could a surplus that's booked into a suspense account in Post Office be offset by a past, current or future shortfall in any branch? And then if we keep scrolling, please. And keep scrolling. And stop there. And keep scrolling. And keep scrolling. And stop there. And again. So there's a lot of information, and stop there. I can't find what I'm looking for. In this email, I'll read it slowly. Mr. Warmington said, in the case of those credits to Post Office suspense accounts, the possibility exists that the amount that has been received was money that should have been remitted to a Post Office client or to one of the Post Office branches. Mm-hmm. Understand?
Yes.
And so what he's saying is that in the suspense account, there could be money that has been wrongly processed as a result of errors by branch customers, by branch employees, by the Post Office itself, or by a Post Office client. Yes?
Yes.
If we go to the top of the page, please, to page 1. And scroll down. And again. There's a suggested reply. In the third line of the first paragraph, Belinda Crowe says, my initial take is that Second Sight still have not understood the points we've made or the way that the Post Office accounting system works. My only comment is as follows, and then scroll down a little further. I do not think it's appropriate to provide the source data, as it's not for Second Sight to trawl through a set of spreadsheets to try to identify what they might think is relevant. We will investigate the cases as and when they arrive. Why did the Post Office believe it was inappropriate for Second Sight to review data concerning the operation of suspense accounts?
because I think initially it was thought that their request was too broad, which is why they met with the CFO to try and narrow it to get to more specific. So there was a reluctance on behalf of CFO, I think, and Post Office generally, to share the whole Suspense account because it was commercially sensitive.
The information that Second Sight were putting to the Post Office disclosed a potentially serious accounting issue, didn't it?
That was the inference from Second Sight, yes.
Were the issues raised by Mr. Warmington in fact investigated by the Post Office?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why not?
No.
Would it concern you if there were credit entries from the Suspense accounts that were eventually written off to the credit of the Post Office, i.e. its profit and loss account?
So my understanding, and I said I've not seen the Suspense account, and that's not my area. My understanding how they work in Chesterfield is that before they take anything to profit, that they would have investigated those particular areas to make sure that it wasn't appropriate, applicable to somebody else. But this is outside of anything I ever did within the Post Office.
Even a non-accountant would realise that if money in Suspense accounts was being attributed to the Post Office profit account
Yep.
wrongly,
Yes.
that's a very serious issue.
Absolutely, yeah.
Disputed money being added to Post Office's bottom line.
Yes. Agreed.
And that's what Second Sight were saying, weren't they?
Their line of inquiry was, is it possible that money that should be returned to postmasters was being taken to profit? I think, and that's my lay interpretation of what they were asking.
Thank you. Last set of questions from me, and it concerns briefing Miss Venells in the course of the mediation scheme. Can we look, please, at SSL 40116? This is a transcript of a telephone call, a recording of a telephone call between Ron Warmington and you about Carl Page on the 5th of January 2015.
Yes.
And I presume you didn't know you were being recorded at the time.
No, I didn't.
We have already heard a lot of evidence about the trials of Carl Page, his trial and his retrial in phase 4. And I think you've read this document, and in summary, Mr. Warmington was expressing his concern over the prosecution of Carl Page to you, wasn't he?
Yes.
If we turn up, please, page 7. You say at the top, and what he did, that's Mr. Page, is plea bargained it down to £90,000 odd. Mr. Warmington, I know that. I know all that. I know the whole case intimately. I've studied it in minute detail. What I'm saying is I still think, here's what I think the Post Office got this wrong, right up front. I think there was no theft of £282,000. The plea bargain down to 94 was because, and then you say, before you go on, how do you arrive at that conclusion then? Mr. Warmington said, I've not concluded yet. I'm saying this is my hypothesis at the moment, which I'm trying to disprove. The problem I'm having is that everything I'm looking at in terms of the evidence is proving that my hypothesis is right, not that it's wrong, okay? What I'm seeing, even if you disregard the 650,000 and just talk about the 282,000, it looks as though Post Office concluded that there ought to have been £282,000 more in sterling or currency in that branch than there was, and that's correct. Because that's what the printout from both machines told us. Him, yes, yes. Well, here's my problem. When a bank does foreign currency dealing, bear in mind I'm intimately familiar with that because I used to be a foreign exchange dealer, both in business and for my own account, and I worked for many years in banks. Banks have multi-currency accounting systems. It's like the Ford money changer on steroids. So if you have in a sterling-based bank loans, and which are assets and borrowings in different currencies, which virtually all banks have, each of those foreign currency assets and liabilities is marked to market based on the spot rate at the end of each day. And the balance at the variation is processed into a foreign exchange profit and loss. Horizon is not a foreign currency system, a multi-currency system, it's only sterling. The forward money changer has multi-currency accounts, but the evidence in the documentation shows that the totals in the forward money changer system are cleared every time a Command 10, I think, or every time a weekly report is produced. I strongly suspect that Horizon was maintaining a local currency equivalent of the foreign currency balances meant to be held, and by reason of doing that, it had basically come to the conclusion that there was more currency left in that branch than there really was. Why? Because he'd handed it all over to White House's bank account. It's all in that stuff. You can see he was running a balance in his current account with the best part of £400,000 at one point, and so he carries on. He was, policed in the subsequent. His first trial for conspiracy to defraud found no evidence of conspiracy between the two parties. It looks on the face of it that this ex-professional footballer, Page, was a complete and utter dope and was getting no particular benefit out of this. He was just handing it over. You say he was getting benefit out of it. He was getting, so we pay him a remuneration based on the value of sales. No, you don't. You pay him £1.60 per transaction regardless of size. That's in the evidence. But he would have been increasing his remuneration as a result of selling more. Him, bugger all. He gets £1.16. It was shown as £1.12 and then corrected to £1.16. Question, why was he doing it then? I'm coming to that. I can't see why he was moronic enough to be doing this. What I'm getting at is entirely possible in my mind he was getting some benefit that hasn't been disclosed by the court. However, the key issue is I do not see any evidence in any of the trials that any money at all was stolen. There's no evidence I've seen yet. I've still got about 1,000 pages to go through. I've seen nothing in the evidence or in the investigation report or anything else that convinces me that there was any money stolen. And then reading on, if we just scroll, please, and scroll, and scroll, and scroll, and keep scrolling. The discussion continues and keep scrolling and keep scrolling. Just slow down the scrolling. Thank you. Discussion continues. Keep going and keep going. You carry on discussing it. Keep going and keep going. You're continuing to argue it through with him, and keep going. And so it continues, okay? Mr. Warmington expressed the view to you, didn't he, that this was a case of a miscarriage of justice.
What he was saying to me is that he had information that we didn't have that was leading him into that conclusion, but he hadn't concluded his investigation. And I'd asked him through the conclusion of this exchange was, well, if you have further information, can you give it to us and we will reinvestigate? Because at this point, we had done the investigation and produced the POIR, which is then, and then Ron's gone on to looking at all that information, and he said he had further information that he was considering that hadn't been disclosed to us. So the conclusion at the end of this conversation was, well, give me the information, I'll pass that on to the investigation team, and they'll do another investigation into this case.
That can come down, thank you. He was expressing his view very strongly that there had been a miscarriage of justice here and that the Post Office may have misled the court.
That's what he was saying, although he was saying he hadn't concluded his investigation. So that's why I said, well, give us the information and we will reinvestigate. And then that went back to Ron.
You were disagreeing with him and saying, we need to go back and investigate further. And he said, my draft report on this case is going to be damning for the Post Office, didn't he?
I think, well, I mean, that's neither here nor there from my perspective. The point was, if Ron had information that we had not taken into account when we did our investigation, then we should have that. And we basically were pushing the process back, I think I said 4 to 6 weeks, for us to look at that information and to see whether that affected our findings, and then pass that back to Ron for him to do his piece at the second stage.
He said that he had strong evidence of a miscarriage of justice, didn't he?
He was intimating that, but he hadn't concluded.
A few weeks later, on the 2nd of February 2015, you were sitting next to Paula Venells in Parliament giving evidence, weren't you?
Yes, at the Select Committee, yeah.
I'm not going to ask you about the evidence given by each of you because parliamentary privilege prevents me from doing so. But Ms Venells has subsequently stated in her second witness statement to the inquiry that as at that date, 2nd of February 2015, she had seen no evidence of any miscarriages of justice.
Yes.
Did you brief Ms Venells before the 2nd of February 2015 about what Mr Warmington had said to you?
No, because at that point we didn't have evidence. So Ron had an hypothesis and he was working through to conclusion. So at that point there was none. And the process that we were adopting as part of the scheme is that we would do the investigations, and then our legal team would actually look to see whether there was anything in those reports that questioned the safety of the conviction, and that was something that Chris Ojard was managing through and updated. I think it was around September in the working group that was happening. That would be 2014. So there was that safety net into the scheme process that we were adopting.
Thank you very much, Ms van den Bogerd. They're the only questions I have. So before I think we proceed to the call participants, there's an issue of the self-incrimination warning.
Yeah. So let me just get this straight. It's Mr Henry or Miss Page first?
Yes, it's the HJA team first. It is Mr Henry.
And can I just be clear before we embark on questions? Are there questions likely to be put by any co-participant which makes it either necessary or just desirable for me to give a warning about self-incrimination?
Desirable, sir.
Desirable. Well, that's enough for me. Ms van den Bogerd, you may have heard of the expression, a warning against self-incrimination. Indeed, I've given it on occasions at this inquiry. But if I can now give a formal direction about it, under our law, a witness at a public inquiry has the right to decline to answer a question put to her by any lawyer if there is a risk that the answer to that question would incriminate that witness. And we know this legal principle in shorthand form as the privilege against self-incrimination. I regard it as at least desirable, but more importantly fair, that I remind you of that principle before you answer any further questions to this inquiry. However, I should tell you that it is for you to make it clear to me that in respect of any question put to you, it is your wish to rely upon the privilege against self-incrimination. If, therefore, any of the lawyers who are now going to ask you questions put questions to you which you do not wish to answer on the grounds that to answer might incriminate you, you must tell me immediately after such question is put, and at that point I will consider your objection and thereafter rule upon whether your objection to answering the question should be upheld. Do you understand what I've said so far?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And are you represented today in the sense that there's a lawyer in the
Yes,
room who can assist?
I do, yes.
Well, if that's the case, that being the case, if this issue arises, and if you wish to consult your lawyer, before going any further in the process, then please tell me that, and I will consider whether that's appropriate. All right?
Thank you.
Right. I'm sorry to sound like a timekeeper, but you have 30 minutes, Mr. Henry, and since we're already past 12:30, I propose to take lunch at 10 minutes past 1.
Thank you, sir.
Which gives you a slight margin of error, if I can put it in that way, which will be rigorously enforced.
Thank you, sir. From 2010 onwards, as you rose higher and higher in the Post Office, did you ever ask this question, that people had gone to prison and it was totally wrong?
No.
Did it ever occur to you from 2010 onwards that the ghastly prospect of miscarriages of justice was occurring on your watch?
Sorry, when you say on my watch, what do you mean?
Well, as you rose higher and higher in the organisation and as you were given more and more responsibility, did it ever occur to you that the prosecutorial policy of the Post Office was sending innocent people to prison?
No, I trusted that they were following...
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Sorry. No, I trusted that that function were following due process.
And I'm going to suggest to you that there are a number of compelling reasons, aren't there, why the answer you've just given, and in fact the evidence you have given already to this inquiry, oughtn't necessarily to be believed.
I don't think so.
The High Court litigation has left you with a credibility problem, hasn't it?
In terms of Justice Fraser's comments about me in the first trial.
It's not just because of what the judge said about your evidence, but because of what you said on oath. Can you not see that?
Sorry, I don't know what you mean.
Well, you're now tied to that account, aren't you? What you said in those two trials, you are now tied to, aren't you?
At the time when I made the statements, I believed them to be correct. I was cross-examined on both and made some corrections through that process as well. But yes, that was my evidence.
You are now tied to what you said on those trials, for example, in relation to remote access.
Yes, at the time I believed that to be correct.
You're worried, aren't you, that if you now admit that you knew about remote access way back in 2010, you'll be liable for perjury. Isn't that the truth?
No.
Let's revisit very briefly the remote access timeline. John Breeden's email to you on the 5th of December 2010, and it's POL 000-88956. But you remember it, don't you?
I don't remember receiving it or reading it at the time, which I've said several times yesterday.
When we get it up on screen, we can see further to my voicemail message on Friday. Please find below the email I have received from Lynn Hobbs, then omit the next paragraph, go to the last two lines. I have two further emails from Lynn. I will forward. I will forward on one relating to Horizon Integrity, which Sue and Mike have already received, and the third providing a brief ahead of the meeting with BIS. And we can see further down, of course, there is the email that has been cut and pasted in, which you're familiar with because you were taken to it. Now, the information from John Breeden and Lynn Hobbs should have put you on notice of potential miscarriages of justice, ought it not?
Not to my understanding at the time, no.
The whole remote access to Horizon issue referred to by Lynn Hobbs in her email of the 3rd of December 2010, which John Breeden forwarded to you, alerted you to a back door in the system, didn't it?
So it alerted me to that Lynn had raised her concerns to the IT team and that she was waiting, she was waiting a further update.
So when you say that, so it alerted me that Lynn had raised her concerns to the IT team, etc., etc. Are you now accepting that you must have read that email at the time?
No, I'm not. I've said that numerous times. This is from reading this email as part of this disclosure pack.
Right. I see. So your account is that you had a voicemail from Mr. Breeden about remote access, about the Lynn Hobbs email, but that didn't register, correct?
So that's not my account.
Well, it must be, because we can see from the document that I have just put to you, Angela, further to my voicemail message on Friday, please find below the email I have received from Lynn Hobbs. So it follows, mustn't it, in order for your account to be consistent, that he'd sent you a voicemail, left a voicemail, and that didn't register with you, correct?
So what I've said is I didn't read this. I don't remember seeing this at all. I haven't responded.
I'm asking you about the voicemail.
So if he left me a voicemail, I don't know what that would have said at the time, because I can't remember that far back. All I'm saying is I genuinely do not remember reading any of this context back in 2010.
Genuine's doing some pretty heavy lifting in there, isn't it, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
That's my recollection.
Are you being dishonest about this now, or were you inexcusably negligent at the time?
I'm not being dishonest about it. And had this registered with me at the time, if I'd seen it, I would have had a different outlook on what's come next, but I clearly didn't, because I hadn't read it at the time.
Right. So let us carry on, please. Are you accepting now, then, that you are grossly incompetent to have failed to have either read it or failed to appreciate its significance at the time?
I'm saying I've missed things over my time, but in this I didn't see this, and therefore I can't be incompetent if I didn't read it, because I wasn't aware of the contents of it. So
it was obviously on a matter of central importance that we see again and again and again, in fact, very, very, very briefly a month later, but you don't register its importance either because you haven't read the email or because if you had read the email, you just didn't appreciate its significance, correct?
Sorry, when you say a month later, you're talking about the Tracy Marshall email?
Let's go then to the 5th of January 2011, Tracy Marshall. Tracy Marshall, POL 00294728. And we can see there that Helen Rose is copied in. So it's to Kevin Gilliland, to you, and to Helen Rose, and it's entitled Horizon System Issues. Helen Rose, of course, was dealing with the Lepton Post Office system reversal.
That was 2 years later than this?
Yes, but she was also copied into this, wasn't she?
She was, because she was looking at the data in advance of this meeting.
I see. And you're saying now, here in 2011, that you were not able to discern the significance of this email when you received it. You didn't appreciate its significance.
So what I've said, no, I didn't, and the reason that I didn't was because I had some assurance from what Tracy had said, and the messaging on remote access changed continuously across my time with Post Office. So I didn't, in terms of this one, the significance on anything to do with criminal convictions, I didn't understand the significance of any of that.
You didn't appreciate its significance. That's
No.
your evidence.
Yes.
Again, I ask you this. Are you being dishonest now or grossly incompetent then?
I'm certainly not being dishonest, but that is my evidence. I'm not being dishonest.
Interesting, isn't it, that the very next day you're in the Ferndown interview, again with Mr. Gilliland, and I suggest that the Ferndown interview of the 6th of January tells us all we need to know, that this was a deliberate cover-up of remote access. What do you have to say about that?
It wasn't.
And in fact, Mr. Baker of the NFSP actually uses the term remote access software in that interview, and you deny, don't you? You say, we cannot go in and amend. You knew that wasn't true, didn't you?
So I was talking about Post Office, and that is true, and to the best of my knowledge, that is still true. And the subsequent conversation about Fujitsu is that it would leave a footprint.
You didn't mention the material, or rather you say you didn't volunteer the information you were aware of, which you received from Tracy Marshall, because you didn't have the technical knowledge, and you said yesterday that you hadn't seen the John Breeden email. Do you still stand by that evidence?
Yes.
Again, I suggest that that's a lie.
I disagree.
Let's move on, please, to the Win Lusher email. And the Win Lusher email is POL 003 04439. And that's dated the 9th of May 2014. But if we scroll up, we can see that you, in fact, called for the Win Lusher email on the 14th of April 2014. But again, your evidence is that you didn't, a little bit further up, your evidence to the inquiry is that you didn't appreciate the Win Lusher email exchange as being significant either. Is that correct?
So I forwarded that to others for review on that. And this was in respect of a case in the scheme. So I'd asked for further information on the basis of this.
I'm not asking about you pushing paper or forwarding emails. I'm asking about whether you are maintaining before this inquiry that you didn't appreciate its significance. Yes or no?
I hadn't seen this before. In terms of this particular one, in terms of its significance, sorry, I don't remember. I know when I had it, I wanted to understand what was involved, and I'd asked for the information from Alan Lusher, which I got. I then forwarded it for further information and forwarded it into the investigation team for them to take that into account when they did their report.
I'm sure you did want to understand what it was all about. But you remember that you said to Mr. Beer earlier on today that by February 2013, you didn't have the knowledge base about the issue. So by this time, in 2014, had you acquired that knowledge base?
So anything I had with knowledge base from the IT, Horizon system and the IT, I got from the IT experts. I never had that knowledge of my own. I always relied on information from Fujitsu, whether it was via our internal team.
But you had to acquire it, didn't you? I mean, you're in a managerial role. you had to acquire it. What I'm going to suggest to you is that you are minimising your level of understanding before this inquiry, aren't you?
No.
Can we go, please, to POL 00116957? And can we go to page 6 of this document, please? We're now in December 2014, and we can see there Aveen O'Farrell, who is the executive assistant to Paula Venells, the chief executive, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated the 9th of December 2014 at 7:15 in the evening. It's received from Donna, so Donna sends it to Aveen. Angela V and Belinda Crowe are currently dealing with all Horizon integrity issues. This had been given to you. This was your responsibility, wasn't it?
No, this was very loose wording from Donna. I mean, this is all to do with what they saw as Project Sparrow, and everything came mine and Belinda's way.
That's another lie. Let's go down there. Let's go down to Aveen O'Farrell, 9th of December 2014, 15:28. She's the executive assistant. You've already accepted that, to Paula Venells. Please see below. Is this something you would deal with, or would Angela van den Bogerd? Paula mentioned earlier that any mention of missing money, IT fault, should be dealt with by Angela. You had carriage of this. You were sitting in the driving seat, weren't you?
Not for IT matters, no. Paula, as we've seen, will forward emails to me for some elements, but to the IT team for others. So that was not my area of responsibility in terms of IT.
Any mention of missing money, IT fault, should be dealt with by Angela. Nobody's suggesting that you've got a doctorate in information technology, but you had been given the managerial role. You were here to field it, to deal with it, weren't you?
In terms of facilitating things, I would have, but I've never been IT qualified, and everybody would know that within the post office, and anything like that in terms of IT specific I would get from the experts.
This all followed, I suggest, this responsibility imposed upon you by the Chief Executive Officer, Paula Venells, all followed on from the way in which you dealt with the Lynn Hobbs email of 2010, the Ferndown interview of 2011, and everything subsequently, didn't it? She knew that you were a safe pair of hands.
I can't speak for Paula.
Don't admit remote access. Don't put things in writing. Keep on message. Spin the company lines. That's what she knew about you. And that's what you revealed to her. You would do anything to protect the post office.
No, that's not right.
Let's go to POL 001-39181. This is, again, to do with Panorama. And let's just have a quick look at your... Yes, here we are. You to Mark Underwood. Mark Underwood's role, it encompassed various things. He was also liaising with the CCRC, wasn't he?
I'm not sure.
I see. Well, what was his role in this, please?
So Mark was part of Project Sparrow. He was working with Belinda, and Mark here was coordinating. So I'd asked him for some information, and Mark coordinated that. So he did reach out to Fujitsu on occasion to get the information, what was the relevant information for whatever query we had.
You knew by this time in 2015, I suggest it's absolutely clear, you knew about Helen Rose and Lepton, and you'd even liaised with Gareth Jenkins about that, correct?
On the Lepton, yes.
Yes. And you liaised with him, no doubt, about automatic system reversals, which looked like they were being perpetrated by the sub-postmaster, but in fact they had absolutely nothing to do with the sub-postmaster at all, correct?
It was auto-generated by the system, yes.
Yeah. You knew about Lynn Hobbs by then, you knew about Tracy Marshall, you knew about Wyn Lusher. Could we turn, please, to page 3 of this document? Again, you're asking Mark Underwood, would you also provide Post Office response to what Richard Rolls said on the programme? Key discussion point on Monday. I'd like a robust response explanation of the mention of going in by the back door and altering the coding. I need a layperson's explanation on what all this actually means. Nothing to do about admitting it there, is there? You had all of the information at your disposal to show that what Richard Rolls was saying was correct.
Not from my understanding, which is why I asked the question of Mark to reach out to Fujitsu to get the
Well, let's
response.
have a little closer look at your understanding by going back to page 1. Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
Mark, there is another part of Richard Rolls and JS discussion that is relevant. JS, some people have been ruined financially, people have gone to prison. Is it possible that that suffering could have been caused because there are problems in the Horizon system? Yes, it is possible. What's your response, Mrs. van den Bogerd? Oh my God, could this be true? What are we going to do about it? No, it's any further comments, positioning on the above, please. What did you mean by positioning?
I just wanted to understand from what he said what the implications were, and I wanted an update so I was fully informed I think this was going into a mediation the following week.
You see, you knew, didn't you, and I suggest you knew from 2010, that remote access to sub-postmasters' accounts and the covert insertion of data was feasible, and that that would have brought down the entire prosecution edifice, wouldn't it?
As I've said, my understanding was it changed over the years, and I didn't make any link to prosecutions on the basis of my knowledge. That was information I was relying on the legal team to deal with.
You were deliberately suppressing the truth. You were allowing decent people to be prosecuted on the back of a flawed IT system, weren't you?
No, I would never do that.
You were letting wrongful convictions stand in the full knowledge that the IT system and the accounts could be manipulated behind the sub-postmasters' backs.
No, as I said, I didn't have the knowledge to be able to make that distinction.
And in fact, the sub-postmasters' ignorance of all this was the Post Office's strength, wasn't it?
No.
I'm sitting next to Mr. Parmod Kalia, the sub-postmaster of Chipperfield Road Post Office in Orpington in Kent. He'd previously worked for NatWest before taking on the branch in 1990. All went well for 10 years until Horizon was installed in 2000. Shortfalls started and he borrowed well over £20,000 from his elderly mother to cover them. And then in July 2001, an audit was conducted at his branch and a shortfall of £22,000 odd was found. Mr. Kalia paid back the money, but he was still prosecuted, pleaded guilty at Bromley Magistrates Court on the 17th of December 2001, and he was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment at Croydon Crown Court on the 8th of March 2002. Totally devastated his life, blew apart his family, had a severe and profound impact on his mental health, with effects too harrowing even though he would allow me to tell you, but really too harrowing to disclose in public. And he now lives alone in a community centre. He wrote to your boss, Paula Venells, on the 21st of August 2015. And could we please put that up on the screen, please? POL 0014 1757. So POL 001 41757. Let me just, I'll just read a little bit out because I'm pressed for time. He wrote to Mrs. Venells as follows: knowing what you know about the Horizon system, and especially as it was a new novelty in 2001, surely you would agree that there are problems, bugs with the system that made cash disappear. I understand there's a team dealing with errors, creating false losses, and financial records were changed remotely without the postmaster's knowledge or knowing. I should be grateful if you could reopen my file and investigate the handling of my case. Could we go now, please, to POL 0011 9518. And this is your response. Can we scroll up, please? Because you signed this on behalf of your boss. Scroll down, please. Scroll down. Yes, there we are. All of the allegations that were presented on the Panorama programme have been exhaustively investigated and tested by the Post Office and various specialists over the past 3 years or more. The investigations have not identified any transaction caused by a technical fault with Horizon, which resulted in a postmaster wrongly being held responsible for a loss of money. What about Lepton?
Sorry, what do you mean about Lepton?
Oh, well, if you don't understand the question, I'm going to move on. It's a blatant lie, isn't it?
What is?
Let's go on to the next paragraph. There is also no evidence of transactions recorded by branches being altered through remote access to the system. Horizon does not have functionality that allows the Post Office or Fujitsu to edit or delete the transactions recorded by branches. It's a blatant lie, isn't it?
That was my understanding of what I've been provided with at the time.
Well, hang on a second. What's the date of this letter? The 9th of September
2015.
2015. From memory, and it may be that I've got it wrong, but yes, in answering questions of Mr. Beer yesterday, was it not before the 9th of September 2015 that a Fujitsu employee had confirmed that remote access was possible? I may have got the dates wrong, but it was certainly 2015. And you accepted that as from that date, or at least this is my take on what you accepted, that having been told officially by Fujitsu in 2015 that this was possible, that you accepted that information or should have accepted that information.
And that's correct, and it's actually in the next paragraph down.
Right.
Which is referring to the balancing transaction.
So it's the balancing transaction point, all right.
Yes.
I see, it's the euphemism point, it's the Orwellian point. Truth is lies, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. We'll call it a balancing transaction so that we can get round remote access.
No,
Isn't that right?
No, that's not. That is that was the balancing transaction, which is what Sir Wynne was referring to,
Right.
which is the email from, I think, James Davidson from Fujitsu.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I had in mind, yeah.
Yes.
I've got one more topic, and I think I can squeeze it in 5 minutes.
4 minutes, Mr. Henry.
4 minutes. POL 000 27684. POL 000 27684. While that's being brought up, twice yesterday you denied any knowledge of a plan to eject Second Sight, correct?
I said I hadn't been involved in all the discussions, yes.
Do you accept that? Confirm, please, so it's completely unambiguous. You had no inkling, no knowledge at all of a plan to exit them from the mediation scheme?
No. I mean, I said I knew we were a business and not happy with the progress and the cost. But this is referring to me getting resource to be able to investigate the cases in the scheme.
Could we go to page 3, please? And I suggest that you're now wriggling on this issue, but I'll deal with it in this way. 13th of November 2013, 2206, hi Kevin, etc., etc. Go to the next paragraph. This is about the suggestion that the security team should be involved in the mediation, like putting foxes in charge of a chicken coop, I suppose. But anyway, these individuals have the experience and skill set required to investigate the cases and will be highly credible with Second Sight as we start to initiate their exit from the scheme. That would have been news to Second Sight, wouldn't it? That we're going to exit them from the scheme, 13th of November 2013.
Yep.
You were lying yesterday, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
And in fact, you're lying again today.
No, I'm not.
As you have done throughout, I suggest. And my final question is, do you have any idea of the suffering you have caused, the many lives that have been blighted, with you contributing to that pain and that cruelty? Have you any idea?
I appreciate the level of suffering that would have inevitably happened as a result of prosecutions. I was never involved in the prosecutions, and my work has been trying to understand whether there was any issues with the Horizon system through the scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. We'll adjourn now until what time, Mr.? 2 o'clock, Mr. Beer. Very well. So, Mr. Beard, I think this afternoon we've got 4 questioners, one on the longer side, one on the shorter side. So can we have a longer one and a shorter one, and then a break, and then a longer one and a shorter one, and conclude?
Yes, we can do that, sir. I think it's Mr. Maloney first.
Fine.
For 45 minutes, sir.
Mrs. van den Bogerd, I'd like to ask you about 2 topics, if I may. The first is the briefing of MPs on the 18th of June 2022, and in particular, the briefing in respect of Joe Hamilton, who sits here. And then the second topic I'd like to ask you about is the Lepton issue, the Helen Rose report, or the Helen Rose investigations. So firstly, the briefing of MPs on the 18th of June of 2012. This meeting came about because of concerns expressed about the integrity of Horizon, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That people were perhaps being wrongly convicted.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was meant to be an open and transparent engagement with MPs, wasn't it?
Yes.
Could we look at the briefing pack, the Post Office briefing pack for this meeting, which is POL 30277722. And if we could please go to page 3 of that. Thank you. And we see there that, if we could just, thank you, Alice Perkins, who was the chair at that time, was due to say that we appreciate taking the time to meet us today. We take this issue very seriously. This impacts the lives of individuals, public money is at stake, and so is our reputation. And then importantly, we are open to feedback, and we will provide you the information we have available. We want to work with you to address all your concerns. And we'd rather be talking about the amazing things we're doing at the Post Office, but we need to address this concern. So today we'll just focus on this. Now, your role at this briefing, as Mr. Beer established yesterday, was to deal with the case studies. Yep.
Yes.
2 of them. And one of them was Joe Hamilton, who was James Arbuthnot's constituent.
That's correct.
And you were aware that he had formed the view that she wasn't guilty of any crime and he had real concerns about it.
Can't remember exactly what we said because there was the first meeting.
Just general line, no need to expand. That's the general line of things, wasn't it? That he was concerned that she wasn't guilty. Yeah. And he sought through this meeting to have his concerns addressed, as was focused upon in the briefing pack by Miss Perkins. Now, he had to have the full picture in order to have his concerns addressed. All the information you have available, as Miss Perkins described it. And so, presumably, with the responsibility of the case studies, you researched the Joe Hamilton case as fully as you possibly could.
At that time, I extracted the information from what had been done before.
Yeah.
So I didn't do a new investigation into the case. It was just what we had from the records is what I pulled together with the key facts.
Yeah. So
You're dropping your voice again.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And it helps, I think, to get quite close to the microphone. I think my voice would be very much dropped if I was away from the microphone as well.
Okay.
So you looked at the available documentation in order to prepare your briefing, and so the investigation report, the prosecution file, and so on.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what you had as perhaps the full picture, or the basis for the full picture, is set out at pages. It begins at page 13 of this same document. If we could turn that up, please. And this is example, we don't need to go through all of this page, but this is example case 1, and this is Josephine Hamilton begins working at the South Warnborough SPSO, so on. And we go down this page, and it shows us all the different incidents in terms of unidentified losses with Ms Hamilton on the 24th of February 2005, just for example, requesting hardship payments to be set up to clear the loss, and so on. We could go on to the second page, please. We come on to the audit and investigation. We see Mrs Hamilton signed off on 7th of March 2006, and then we see on the 9th of March 2006 there's an audit undertaken with the deficiency of 36644.89 and the cash figure on horizon stated to be 373606, and the sub-postmaster was precautionary suspended as a result of the shortfall, and she was requested to attend an interview under caution. We then see how that progressed, and so on the 5th of May 2006 we have the provision of the pre-prepared written statement which sets out what Mrs Hamilton has to say about all of this. On the 11th of October 2006 the decision to prosecute, and the 30th of October 2006 the summons is issued. And then just over to the final page, please. We see that the defence offered pleas to false accounting by way of mitigation. There was a hearing before Winchester Crown Court, and the sub-postmaster pleaded guilty to 14 separate counts of false accounting. This was accepted by Paul on the basis that the losses are repaid in full by 25th of January 2008, and the count of theft to remain on the file until the payment is made in full. And then we see the sentence, and then we see the payment of the outstanding matters. and so this was your aide-memoire for the summary that you were to provide to Mr Arbuthnot, as he then was Member of Parliament.
Yes.
Yeah. Can we just look at the investigation report of Mr Brander, which is POL 30/44389? And could we, thank you very much. If we could go to the, so this is the investigation report, just to introduce it. Josephine Hamilton, when she started, and so on. We could go to the second page, please. And could we scroll down towards the bottom? Because it deals with the audit. Yeah. So that's it. Thank you very much. So Mr Stewart completed a full audit of the cash and stock and identified that deficit. And then at the bottom, Mr Stewart also identified an additional £61.77 shortage on horizon, which couldn't be accounted for. And thus the figure posted to late accounts was, and if you could just go to the next page, please, 36,664.89, this being the loss to Post Office Ltd. Now, that was an extra shortfall that had developed overnight, wasn't it?
Sorry, I don't know.
The £61 odd.
Okay.
That was an extra shortfall that had developed overnight. And then if we could go to the bottom of this page. This is, that's it. We see there that Mr Brander says that having analysed the Horizon printouts and accounting documentation, I was unable to find any evidence of theft or that the cash figures had been deliberately inflated. And then if we could go to page 7, please. And down to the bottom of page 7, please. And we see in the penultimate paragraph, the only evidence appears to be the fact that the audit identified the money as missing, and concerns only came to light following a request to return excess cash. And instead of doing so, Mrs Hamilton was signed off as sick. None of those details were mentioned in your explanation of Mrs Hamilton's case to Mr Arbuthnot, MP, were they?
No.
He wanted to know all about this case. He wanted to be able to be reassured. And those things weren't in there, were they?
No. So it was a snapshot of what had gone. I don't know exactly what I reviewed, but that information isn't in what I presented.
No. And I took you just before to your description of what happened so far as the prosecution was concerned, and you said that the theft matter would lie on the file until a particular date.
Yes.
Yeah. But what actually happened was that Post Office Ltd only agreed not to proceed with the theft charge on the basis that the outstanding shortage was paid by the time of sentence. If she hadn't paid by the time of sentence, then she would face a trial on theft. It was made clear to her that there must be some recognition that the defendant had the money short of theft, and that a plea on the basis that the loss was due to the computer not working properly will not be accepted. Now, those words are taken directly from the Court of Appeal Criminal Division judgment in Hamilton. So, but the additional fact that she had to accept the basis of plea, that the money, and there's also additional fact that she had to accept that, in her basis of plea, that she couldn't blame Horizon. None of that was in your summary either, was it?
So that wasn't in what I reviewed, I don't believe.
You didn't see that in the prosecution file?
No.
Right. I won't press that, but all of that detail, that there was no evidence of theft, that the audit showed that there'd been an additional shortfall overnight, that the only evidence was the shortfall, and then surely you must have seen that she was told that if she didn't pay on time, she'd have been proceeded against with theft. That was so important to that decent MP trying to find out what had happened to his constituent, wasn't it? That detail should have been included, shouldn't it?
So the detail that you've just gone through is not the detail that I had that was made available to me. So I've taken what I understood to be the key points out of the information that was provided to be able to provide that synopsis of what had happened. But as I say, I didn't do an investigation at that point into the case. It was lifting information from what had already been pulled together.
You didn't need to do an investigation to include those details, Mrs. van den Bogerd. The fact that there was no evidence of theft, says Mr. Brander, and yet she was still charged with theft. Doesn't that have to go into your summary so that this MP actually knows what went on with his constituent's case?
So what I'm saying is I don't know if I'd actually seen that in the information that was made available to me at the time.
It was in the investigation report, Mrs. van den Bogerd. You said you read that.
So I read whatever files that we had available, and I don't remember exactly what files they were, but that's the information I pulled from there.
So when I asked you if you read the investigation report and you said yes, that might be wrong.
I don't remember in terms of what... So I was given some files and asked to pull a synopsis together for 2 cases. As I said, I didn't do any investigations at that point. It was on the basis that investigations had already been done, and I pulled the information, and I can't recall exactly what files I looked at.
Well, where might you have got your information then, just to test that? From what documents might you have got your information from?
Sorry, can we go back to the synopsis so I can just have a look at that, please?
No, please just answer that. You've said you're not sure about which whether or not you saw the investigation report. First of all, you said you had seen it. Then you said that you're not sure if you saw it. So I'd like to know what type of documents in the file that you received might have provided you with the information that you used in order to compile that summary for Mr. James Arbuthnot MP.
So from recollection, it would have been the audit, I presume, to get the information. There would have been some summary of what had happened, but without having actually the files, I can't remember exactly what I referred to. But I didn't, I mean, what I did, I tried to lift the key points and put them into that synopsis so I could share that with the two MPs, and I did that for both cases.
Yeah. I'll cut to the chase. Did you not tell James Arbuthnot about the view of Mr. Brander and what happened at the audit? Because, to use a phrase we heard in a different context yesterday from Mr. Parsons, it distracted from what was otherwise a very clear picture, so far as you were concerned.
No, I didn't. I mean, when I was asked to pull it together, this was at the start of me getting involved in the investigations, and I just wanted to present the picture as I saw it from the information I had available.
Well, it comes to this, really, doesn't it? That the picture that you painted for Mr. Arbuthnot effectively summarises the points that supported the Post Office case, and then you went on to give information about sentence, etc. What you didn't do was to reveal that in the investigator's report, so one of the first documents to come into existence, these are my words, some doubt had been cast upon the charge of theft.
So I don't recall that I was aware of any doubt at that point, and had I been aware of it, I would have raised it at the time, but that's my recollection, and I can't remember exactly what documents I was presented with to pull that together.
Well, without wishing to repeat a Mr. Henryism, if you weren't provided with such a basic document as the investigator's report, doesn't that amount to negligence on someone's part?
I mean, I would have expected to have all the information provided to me at the time. And I don't even remember who gave me the information.
All right. Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Maroney.
Not at all. So I was just going to conclude this by saying, did you give the details that were designed to support your company? Was that what you gave?
Not knowingly. I mean, as I said, I just pulled the information from what I had available to put that case forward as an example of what happened.
Yeah.
I didn't knowingly do anything else other than that, present the facts as I saw them.
Second topic is Lepton. Now, Mr. Beer has asked you about Lepton this morning. And indeed, he asked you briefly about it yesterday, and you described having many conversations on the Lepton issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Today, you said that you, and I'll just bring this up if I may. You were asked by Mr. Beer. So when Helen Rose was raising with Mr. Jenkins and then drawing to your attention the fact that basic ARQ logs are used for evidence in court, and therefore in some circumstances we would not be giving a true picture to the court, that didn't ring any alarm bells. And you said not for me at the time.
That's correct.
Yeah. Could we go back to POL 30097481? Thank you. And this email chain was sent to you. Could we please go down the page towards the bottom? We see there that Helen Rose has sent that to you on the 13th of February of 2013. Angela and Elaine. If we could keep going down to an email from Gareth Jenkins. Keep going, please. Keep going. If we could, please. Thank you. And yes. And just one more, please. Right. Now, this is an email from Mr. Jenkins to Helen Rose. And we see on this that at the bottom of that page, this is really the nub of it, isn't it? That when he says, however, what I was able to confirm from my look at the live data a couple of weeks ago, and is also held in the underlying raw logs, is confirmation that the reversal was generated by the system and not manually by the user.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was able to do that by looking at the raw data, the live data, and the underlying raw logs, which couldn't be ascertained from the ARQ logs. That's the nub of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, could we please just then go up to the email in response from Helen Rose? And she says, "Hi, Gareth. Thanks for the response. I can see where this transaction is and now understand the reason behind it. My main concern is that we use the basic ARQ logs for evidence in court. And if we don't know what extra reports to ask for, then in some circumstances, we would not be giving a true picture. I know you are aware of all the Horizon integrity issues, and I want to ensure that the ARQ logs are used and understood fully by our operational staff that have to work with this data both in interviews and in court." Now, what was it about those words that did not ring alarm bells for you, Mrs. van den Bogerd, about the use of ARQ data in court?
So I was looking at this from understanding what had happened in the Lepton case. Anything that Helen was raising in respect of what they did in the security team, I expected her to raise within her line, which I think is what she did do with this anyway. But that it didn't have alarm bells for me at that point, because I thought that was within Helen's space and she would do that with her direct line.
The alarm bells, whether it's her responsibility or your responsibility, surely the alarm bells ring and say, actually, what we're putting out there in court may not be accurate. Isn't that what she's saying to you? Isn't that, whether it's her responsibility, your responsibility, what does that matter? You're somebody very senior in Post Office who, if the email that Mr. Henry showed shortly before lunch is accurate, had at least some involvement in Horizon integrity issues. Does this not ring any alarm bells, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
As I said, it didn't.
Should it have done, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
Well, with what I know now, then I would look at this very, very differently. At the time, it just didn't ring any alarm bells with me.
Right, well, let's just go further up and see what else might not ring alarm bells. Penny Thomas says she responds saying, yes, Gareth, it is. That's about a change request. But if we could just go a little bit further up. Oh, in fact, then that's when Mr. Jenkins has said that he understands Helen Rose's concerns, and I understand your concerns, and then change request. We could just go a bit further up from there. And Helen Rose says, Angela Elaine, for information. Email string may be of interest. I'm not really sure where to take this. Happy to try for a change request if you would like me to, but at this moment in time, I don't want to tackle one small issue when we may need to challenge deeper issues with the way we see data from Fujitsu/Credence. No alarm bells for you there about deeper issues on the way we see data from Fujitsu/Credence when you were tasked with Horizon integrity issues, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
So at this time, I was tasked with getting under the skin of what happened in Lepton. As I've said, Helen was in the security line, and that was something that I expected her to do through her line. That wasn't for me to do, and therefore it didn't register with me.
Were you just willfully blind to this, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
No, I wasn't, and I wish that I had the insight now that I had now to read that very differently. But for me, it was about understanding what had happened in the Lepton case, and the change request would have triggered the ID being changed on the the system generated reversal, so that would be evident going forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so just in terms of this then, what you took from this, would it be fair to say, is that reversals could be performed by the system independent of the manual operator?
Yes, it was part of that transaction in terms of the recovery. Yes, it would, and it wouldn't have. Yes.
Well, yes, is the answer yes?
It was yes,
It is,
system generated. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. That standard ARQ data and credence data didn't show whether or not the reversal had been made by the operator or the system.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was only looking at the raw data that it was possible to see if the reversal had been made by the operator or the system.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I can take you to it if you need me to, but you told the Horizon Issues trial that you thought that the change request had not occurred. Yep.
I said I think it didn't.
Yeah,
hadn't taken. Yes.
Yeah. Now, can we please look at POL 20 140211? So I'll repeat that. POL 20 140211. And you were taken to this yesterday by Mr. Beer. It's the meeting with Panorama. And if we could go to page 22, please. And to the bottom of that page. Right.
I'm sorry. Did we go to this yesterday? I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, it's here anyway.
Yes.
And you've seen it, haven't you?
I have seen it
Yeah.
previously. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you talk about, and it's the final thing on the page. We do have a service level agreement. Yes, we get a number of archive pulls from the system as part of that, and if we exceed that, then it's a cost. I think the important thing here is for all the cases in the scheme, we've actually pulled those archives, and I refer to we call it ARQ information, and we provide that, which beefs up the supporting evidence, and that is about every keystroke. It leaves the footprint of what happened over that period of time, and that would have been done in the court case.
Yes.
If we are, and I'm talking generically here, if we're bringing a case against someone in terms of prosecution, every piece of information, all the evidence that we were drawn to bring that case will be presented, and will be presented to the defence team as well. So that information, I don't know the ins and outs of the case anyway, that information would have been provided by us, and it costs us. That's part of the cost of, there are legal costs involved, and there are other costs involved in bringing the case. So that information will not have been used if that was the case. And over to the next page, please. And Mr. Bardo says, and so for everybody on the mediation scheme, that ARQ data has been pulled, which means there is. So what kind of a picture do you have then of everything going on in the system for all of the cases in the mediation scheme complete? And Matt Bardo says every single keystroke, and you say absolutely. Why didn't you tell them about Lepton at that point?
Sorry, what do you mean? Tell them about what?
Well, that the system could reverse it, and you wouldn't know from ARQ data whether or not the postmaster had done it. And so not every keystroke, not everything was able to be discerned from ARQ data.
We would have seen that it had been reversed, and the postmaster themselves would have known that it had been reversed. It just wouldn't have pointed to the auto reversal at that point, but he would have had, and he did have, disconnected receipts and reversal receipts printed in that case.
You wouldn't know. Look, the whole thing about Lepton was somebody had paid their phone bill, and actually they hadn't. And you didn't know whether or not that reversal was made by the system or by the operator from the ARQ data. That's the reality of the Lepton issue, isn't it?
In terms of the ID, yes, but the reversal had been done, and that's why the bill wasn't paid.
You then maintained that every keystroke was seen from the ARQ data, in the Horizon Issues trial, and Mr. Justice Fraser found against you on that, didn't he? And indeed, there was other evidence that said you were wrong about that.
I think it was around, I got confused with what Credence did, from memory, I think, as opposed to ARC information.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
well, you were wrong about ARC and Credence, weren't you? They just didn't record every keystroke.
so Credence didn't, and that's what from memory, that's what I was asked about, and I agreed with Patrick Green that it was Credence, and then corrected that later in the trial, that I'd been mistaken on Credence, and it was actually ARC that I was talking about.
You didn't give the full picture, again, about what you knew about Lepton, did you, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
In the trial or for this? Sorry.
In Panorama and in the trial.
So in the trial, it was, I gave what I believed were the facts, and the facts were that the reversal had been generated by the system. And I think the question for me was whether the postmaster knew that it had been reversed, and he did, albeit later, because he did have the receipts. I think that was the point around there. And I understood from the Panorama that I was given the facts as I understood them to be when I gave that interview.
Yeah. Why didn't you mention Lepton to Panorama?
Because we weren't talking about specific cases.
Were you not talking about the overall picture, about how basically you could support everything that happened?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Were you not talking about the overall picture, about basically you could support everything that happened because of the data that you had that covered everything off?
I was given a general picture of what we were able to do and had been doing, yes.
Why not tell them about Lepton?
Because, as I said, we weren't talking about specific cases.
Did it distract from what was otherwise a very clear picture for you, Mrs. van den Bogerd?
What, the Lepton case?
Lepton.
No, I mean, what it did is it highlighted that it wasn't obvious that the idea that the system had generated the reversal at the time. So I think that for me was important, that we understood that at the time, so that the postmaster knew what their ID was against and what it wasn't.
Thank you very much, Mrs. van den Bogerd.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. So who's taking the 10-minute slot first, Mr. Beer?
It's Ms. Watt on behalf of the Federation.
Right. I'll just move slightly so I can see her properly.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me through the system? Sorry, your microphone. It appears to be switched on.
Now you are, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. van den Bogerd. I appear for the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters at this inquiry. I just wanted to look first at your career at the Post Office. You set out at paragraph 9 of your witness statement what that was, and some of it involved operational responsibility for post offices and interviewing and appointing sub-postmasters. Is that correct?
Sorry, yes. Can you tell me what year that was, so I understand the role?
So it would be fair to say that over the period 1996 to 2006, that you had direct experience of the sub-postmaster network, how it operated, and how sub-postmasters operated.
That's correct.
In particular, between 1996 and 2001, you were interviewing and appointing sub-postmasters. So it would be correct to say that this involved you in a direct assessment of the suitability of an individual to be appointed by the Post Office as a sub-postmaster.
That's correct.
And it would be important that those people were of good character, reliable, personable, honest, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so you would likely agree with Sir Anthony Hooper of the working group when he said in evidence to the inquiry recently that I felt throughout the Post Office cases that it didn't make sense that reputable postmasters appointed by the Post Office, after examination of their characters, that they were stealing these sums of money. Would you agree with that assessment?
So I remember him saying that, yes.
Would you agree it didn't make sense that those otherwise honest and reliable postmasters were doing so?
No, I wouldn't agree entirely with that. And my reason for that is I had direct experience of reputable postmasters actually what I would call being a victim of circumstances and actually stealing from Post Office, and that would be prior to Horizon. So that was my personal experience. And as I said yesterday, my view was that postmasters did not come into the Post Office to steal money or defraud. However, unfortunately, on some situations that was true. It did happen.
The evidence here yesterday and today concerning your involvement shows that there were many, many occasions on which you were made aware of issues, including bugs, remote access, Gareth Jenkins, Ferndown Post Office, the case of Martin Griffiths, to name just a few. But you let prosecutions and financial recoveries carry on regardless, didn't you?
Prosecutions, when I became aware of some of those cases, prosecutions weren't happening very often then, but I wasn't involved in prosecutions. Recovery of monies did continue, and I'm not sure at what point. I mean, we did stop recovering when we were investigating some cases, I think, but in general it continued. The recovery of monies did continue, yes.
It might be said, Ms van den Bogerd, that your evidence here is an example of there are none so blind as those who will not see, as the biblical reference puts it. Those who have eyes and see not, those who have ears and hear not. You would not see, you would not hear, would you?
Not intentionally. I mean, I would never have done that intentionally, but I do accept that there are things that I have missed over that length of period, and things that I would look at differently now, knowing what I know now.
Well, the truth is, Ms van den Bogerd, that approach by you was just simply willful, wasn't it?
No.
Because the truth also is it not, as articulated by Lord Arbuthnot at the inquiry, they, the Post Office, were worried Second Sight was actually uncovering something really crucial about Horizon, and if they allowed it to carry on uncovering these things, it posed an existential threat to Horizon and in turn in the Post Office.
That's not the case.
And that is why you gave them much criticised evidence at the Common Issues trial before Mr Justice Fraser to protect the Post Office against that existential threat, isn't it?
So that wasn't my intention.
And that is why the truth is, over many years, Ms van den Bogerd, you were actually responsible for or complicit in ensuring that everyone who you and the Post Office needed to keep on side was lied to consistently, weren't you?
No.
That you were responsible for or complicit in the lie that there was nothing wrong with Horizon being fed on every possible occasion to MPs, government ministers, civil servants, the NFSP, unions such as the CWU, the courts, Second Sight, the working group, and media outlets such as the BBC, Channel 4, Computer Weekly, Nick Wallace, and anyone else who ever asked, weren't you?
No.
And the truth is, Ms van den Bogerd, isn't it, that it was absolutely necessary that all those people and organisations believed that lie in order to keep them on side. Nothing to see here, as Mr Beard put it, to avoid the existential crisis Lord Arbuthnot referred to, isn't it?
No.
Thank you. That's me, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, in fact, I think we can fit in Miss Oliver.
Miss Oliver as well, if she's prepared to jump to
indicated
her
that
feet.
she is.
I don't mean literally, I hasten to add. You can see each other properly, can you, with this?
We can broadly.
Just about, yes.
Ms van den Bogerd, I ask questions on behalf of Gareth Jenkins. I just want to pick up a point that Mr Beer and Mr Maloney have already asked you about, which means that I can happily be very quick in the question that I want to ask you. It concerns the Lepton issue and the issue that was raised by Helen Rose with you in email correspondence that we've seen from 2013. If we can please go to that email correspondence, it's Pol 000 97480, please. Thank you. If we can go to page 5 of that string, please. Just to orientate ourselves, this is the conversation about whether the fact that a reversal of a transaction was system-generated or user-generated is clear in either the credence data or on the ARQ spreadsheets that could be extracted from the Horizon system. So here we have an email from Helen Rose to Gareth Jenkins on the 7th of February 2013. Hi Gareth, I have received the ARQ logs today and I can see clearly the recovery session. Can you tell me if this would always be available on all ARQ logs requested, or is it something you requested specially for me after being aware of the issue at this office? And if we can then scroll up, please, to page 3. Gareth says that he is going to look at the logs from Penny Thomas. He provides some explanation that you've already been taken to. If we can then please go up a little bit further. Thank you. Just pausing there. This is the email that you've looked at earlier this afternoon, where she thanks him for his response and expresses the concern that the ARQ logs used in evidence may not contain this information. Do you agree that that's the concern being expressed here?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And then just the final paragraph of this email. My feelings at the moment, I'm not questioning what Horizon does, as I fully believe that it is working as it should. It is just that I don't think that some of the system-based correction and adjustment transactions are clear to us either on either credence or ARQ logs. And then if we can please go up to Mr. Jenkins' response just above this. Thank you. Thank you. He responds to that email. Helen, I understand your concerns. It would be relatively simple to add an extra column into the existing ARQ report spreadsheet. That would make it clear whether the reversal basket was generated by recovery or not. I think this would address your concern. I'm not sure what the formal process is for changing the report layout. Penny, that's Penny Thomas, can you advise as to the process? Is this done through a CR? And do you understand CR to mean change requests?
Yes, I do.
And we don't need to go to it, but Penny Thomas confirms that that is the process. So is it right that what we're seeing here is Mr. Jenkins telling Helen Rose, and then that information being relayed to you, that there is a process by which the ARQ spreadsheet could be amended, and that that process is relatively simple?
Yes.
And is your evidence that notwithstanding the availability of that process and its relative simplicity, that that process was never undertaken?
I don't know whether it was. When I was asked in court by Justice Fraser, I said I didn't know. I didn't think it had been implemented. I have, through this disclosure process, seen something, and I can't recall exactly what, where that was listed as an improvement, but I don't know whether it's actually ever been implemented or not.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Right, well, we'll have our afternoon break now. What's the time now?
It's 1:45, sir. So
Right, so we'll begin again at 5 to 3, and Mr. Steen will draw us to a conclusion by 20 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. van der Bogerd. My name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters, mistresses and employed people working within branches. Sub-postmasters, mistresses were repeatedly told when contacting the helpline that they had to make good for shortfalls. They were told that despite the fact the sub-postmasters and mistresses were saying, we don't know what's wrong, it's not our fault, we didn't do this, this isn't down to me. Who told the helpline staff that that's what they must say to sub-postmasters?
That would have come through their knowledge.
Could you keep your voice nice and loud,
Sorry.
please? It's towards the end of the afternoon. I think in the High Court trial you were asked by the learned judge there to keep your voice up at the end of the day. So let's try that, please.
Okay, so it would be wherever that would be in their knowledge base, so that would be what they would have in terms of advice to be given. They also would have in there, if postmaster needed assistance, they could refer that as well. So it depended on what the detail of that conversation would have been.
In the knowledge base, put that into language that we understand. What do you mean by the knowledge base?
So knowledge base is a library of information from which they draw on in relation to particular queries. So
Right.
it would be the source information that they would need to use.
Would these be the scripts that they would use in order to answer questions being raised at the helpline?
So some people refer to them as scripts. That's not what they're intended to be, but it is where the knowledge source is.
Right. Other terms we've heard, or a similar term to the one you're using, is knowledge article.
That would be the same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, sub-postmasters were also told by the helpline that they were the only one. In other words, that they were the only sub-postmaster or mistress that was saying there's a problem with the system. Would that also be in the knowledge base?
No. I've heard that over the years being made, but I've never seen that anywhere.
Well, of 102 core participants represented by Howe & Co., 43% of those core participants have been told that by the helpline that they've just got to pay up, it's your shortfall, you owe us the money. And 48% were told that you are the only one. That's very high numbers of people contacting the helpline, being told you've got to pay up for a shortfall, it's down to you. And secondly, you're the only one saying there's a problem within the system. It's a lot of people, isn't it? High percentage, isn't it, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
Of the numbers you just quoted, yes.
Now, what's going on here is fraud, isn't it? The Post Office is saying to people that who are saying to them there's a problem, there's a shortfall, trying to get help from the helpline. They are being told by the helpline, pay up. It doesn't matter that you're saying it's someone else's fault. That's fraud, isn't it?
So as I said, it depends on what the detail of that conversation would be. And depending on that, it might be that the helpline had asked for somebody to go out and visit them and help them. But I don't know in terms of specific cases that you're talking about.
What do you mean depends, Mrs. van der Bogerd? Sometimes it's fraud and sometimes it isn't. Is that what you're trying to say, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
I'm not saying it's fraud at all.
All right. Well, let's test what you appear to be saying. The evidence that you've given in answers to Mr. Beer yesterday was that it was understood within the Post Office that shortfalls were down to the sub-postmaster or mistress, that they had to pay. Let's see if we can test that. So you get a sub-postmaster or mistress in a small local branch office with a shortfall of 50 grand, £50,000. And there's no proof, absolutely no proof, that they're responsible for that £50,000 shortfall. Yet they're being blamed by the Post Office and told, you've got to pay up nevertheless. Is that fair in any way, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
I would expect to be able to investigate that to see if we could get to the bottom of what happened to that money. But over the years, that facility wasn't there.
Right. Let's just talk about it right now. Do you regard that situation where sub-postmasters and mistresses were being told to pay up for very large sums of money, something of the order of 50,000, it could be tens of thousands, or it could be more? Do you, sitting there today, regard that as being fair?
No, I haven't worked in the Post Office for over 4 years. My expectation would be that they would get some help to see if they could understand where that shortage had come from.
Now, this entire area, which is people being told to pay up for short calls regardless of fault, you said in your evidence yesterday that this had been checked with legal. It had been approved with people at legal. Now, you seem to be explaining that that was something that you were aware of in 2011, about the time of the Shoesmith case. And you went on to say yesterday, in relation to who it might be at legal, you named these names: Mandy Talbot, Rebecca Mantle, and probably Rob Wilson. So let's try and understand a bit more about what you're saying about this. Are you saying in 2011, the legal team people told you that it's okay, you can blame postmasters for anything, because they have to pay? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No.
Right. So what was the advice from the legals?
So what I'm saying is that the policy approach was approved by the legal team, which was that postmasters were liable under the terms of their contract for errors due to their negligence. And I forget, it's been quite some time now, but it was set out in the contract. Any dispute around whether a contract should be terminated on the basis of that or not would be done with the policy advice from legal team. That's how the policy was set out. And not just in 2011, that's my understanding of how things operated over the years.
Right. Well, the term of the contract that you referred to yesterday was this: that the sub-postmaster is responsible for all losses caused through his own negligence, carelessness or error.
Yes.
Okay? Right. So it helped you with the wording. Well, that wasn't what was happening at the post office, was it? You know that sub-postmasters were being told to pay up irrespective of fault. You know that, don't you, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
So it would have been in line with the contract. That was my expectation. Helpline were telling that they were liable for losses, but that would have been, at that point, referred to their contracts advisor if that needed a further conversation.
Now, in your statement, you say this, that in relation to your time at the post office, that from January 2015 to December 2016, this is your statement, paragraph 9K at page 6, you were responsible for the NBSC, the Postmaster Helpline, as you were the Director of Polls Support Services.
That's
okay?
correct.
All right. Now, I've asked you a number of questions about knowledge articles. You've helped us by calling them, referring to a knowledge base. Where are those knowledge articles, these scripts, saved? Where are they, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
Within MBSC?
Right. And are they saved on a particular system?
I don't know.
Well, you were in charge of the helpline, so I'm hoping that you do know something about this.
So I don't know what system they were stored on. They are stored, and that would have changed. It would have been with Royal Mail up until 2012, and then it transferred into Post Office, but I don't know what system they're stored on.
Now, on the 25th of May 2010, Jennifer O'Dowd, who had been a sub-postmistress at Great Staunton, Cambridgeshire, since November of 2000, was interviewed by Jonathan Longman. Now, Mrs. O'Dowd is watching these proceedings from her bed. She's watching it on a tablet because she is suffering from gastroenteritis. So she is very much paying attention to these proceedings. Now, in the discussions that she had in her interview with Mr. Longman, the investigator, she made it very clear that she had been ringing up the helpline, asking for help. She wanted somebody to come out and see, or somebody to start taking action. And she was told, only by the helpline, that she's got to make it good. In other words, she's got to make the shortfall good. Now, do you understand what I've just said? That's
Yes.
what Mrs. O'Dowd was going through. Do you think she wasn't telling the truth about that?
No.
Right. Can we have up on the screen, please, the document which is POL 00143567. Now, that's the interview with Mrs. O'Dell, Miss Longman, where she sets that out. And she sets out in that interview repeatedly what's going on. I'm now going to take you to the investigation report, which is POL 00189-165. So POL 00189-165. Could you go to page 3 of that document, please? And you'll see there at the bottom part on the screen it says, and I'll paraphrase, in relation to the 4th of August 2009, Mrs. Adele said that she had contacted the Post Office Helpline and reported she had ongoing discrepancies and wanted assistance. Okay? And further down the page to the second half of page 3, please. Okay. Now you'll see there, I think it's the 4th paragraph down from the top, Mrs. O'Dell continued to make further calls to the helpline with regards to the shortage, and they are recorded as follows, all right? And it says this, 23rd of October 2009, could someone ring PM as she needs to discuss the PIN pad with them as she's been having a few problems with this and thinks it's causing the office a discrepancy. Needs to discuss this in private. 4th of November 2009, office has a loss of 7,000. She's been carrying this since May, refused to make it good, as she said it's not her loss. Emailed NSA, but PM wants a call back from Tier 2. 5th of November. Spoke to Mrs. O'Dell today. Office has a loss of 7,000. She's been carrying this loss since May. Explained to PM that this loss should have been made good when she's been rolling her TP, but she refuses to make it good, as she said the loss is not her. And 5th of November 2009. Sub-Postmaster reports having a £1,000 loss a month since May, now totalling 7,000. She refuses to make good as she blames the system for the losses. She has done many checks and cannot find anything and not had corrections. Sub-Postmaster insisting on escalating. Now, how many people roughly were employed at the helpline?
In 2009, probably, I guess, about 50.
Yeah. So Mrs. O'Dell has phoned up and probably spoken to different helpline people at the time. She'd been lucky to have spoken to the same person twice. Okay? And this is an investigation report written by Jonathan Longman, the investigator, setting out what he has found as regards what she has been told by the helpline. Okay?
Yes.
Right. Now, do you see anything wrong with what the helpline is repeatedly telling Mrs. O'Dell?
Yes, and it should have been escalated.
Right. Instead, what was happening was that she was being told basically to shut up, pay the money. That's roughly what was being said, wasn't it?
She was being told it was her liability to make it good.
Say it a bit louder, would you please,
Sorry,
Mrs. van der Bogerd?
she was being told it was her liability and she should be making it good, yes.
But that's wrong, isn't it, as against the contract?
Yes. Well, what I would have expected here is, even at the first call, she should have had a call back. It should have been escalated to, and I think it was still in place then, Tier 2. So they had your basic helpline, and then they should have escalated to Tier 2. Every time she's called in, they should have been able to see what had been said to her previously, and it should have been escalated.
Now, you were part of the, you were present at the High Court action. You were there, I think, on virtually every day of the High Court action. That's what people recall.
Yep.
You were there on every day of the action with an iPad that had been given to you by the Poll legal team. You were there and observed, watching and taking part in the proceedings very closely. Is that fair?
When you say the iPad, you mean to be able to watch the screen?
And what was going on with it? Yes. And you recall that there was other evidence being given in the High Court about people that were sent letters saying basically the same as the helpline. In other words, pay up for the shortfall. You recall that, don't you?
Not specifically.
Now, when you think about it, Mrs. van der Bogerd, what we've got here is a helpline that is being pushed by the scripts to tell the people in the branch offices that they need to pay out for shortfalls. That's been orchestrated by the Post Office, isn't it?
It would have been part of the script to say that the postmaster was liable for the losses. Yes, it would have been.
See, Mrs. O'Dell's lived in Great Staunton for over 50 years. What happened to her was that people would cross the road and avoid her once publicity got out from the post office in relation to her. Suffers post-traumatic stress disorder. She can't sleep. She has night terrors. That's what's happened. Now, you refer to her in your statement, don't you?
I do, yes.
And you know that she says, and has said in her human impact statement, that when you engaged with her on one occasion, she says that you were intimidating and bullying towards her, telling her that she had stolen the money. And if she didn't, post office would take her home away. Now, you say in your statement that you didn't behave that way.
Yes, that's true, I didn't.
Let's think about this, Mrs. van der Bogerd. You were post office through and through, like a bad stick of rock with pole in the middle of it. Weren't you, Mrs. van der Bogerd? You carried the post office line. The post office line was that sub-postmasters and sub-postmaster mistresses had to pay up for shortfalls. That's what you were saying to her. That's why she felt intimidated. Isn't that true, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
No, I never said that to Mrs. O'Dell. I met Mrs. O'Dell on 2 occasions. One in London, I think it was Portcullis House, with her MP in the room and myself and a few other people. That conversation did not take place then. And the second time I met Mrs. O'Dell was in the mediation scheme, when I was mediating her case. And again, there were 5 of us in the room, including her legal representative from Howe & Co. And that conversation did not happen. And what I'm saying is, I believe she's mistaken. If she did have that conversation, it wasn't with me.
Well, let's give this a little bit more thought. Mr. Justice Fraser, now Lord Justice Fraser, stated, as regards you, and I'll read out the quote that relates to you, unless I state to the contrary, I would only accept the evidence of Mrs. van der Bogerd and Mr. Beale in controversial areas of fact in issue in this common issue trial if these are clearly and uncontrovertibly corroborated by contemporaneous documents. Now, that's a High Court judge version of saying that if you told him it's a sunny day, he'd go outside and check for himself. Now, does that help us understand that where there's a clash of evidence between you, Mrs. van der Bogerd, and Mrs. O'Dell as to what's happened, we might just think that Mrs. O'Dell should be believed?
You might do, but it's not true. I know that didn't happen. And there were other people in the room on both of those occasions. And had anything like that happened, they would have raised it at the time.
Now, what was said about you by Mr. Justice Fraser was pretty serious, isn't it? It's condemning you absolutely out of hand as being someone that simply he can't trust. And he's someone that's evaluated your evidence over quite some time in the witness box. It's a pretty serious thing to hear about yourself, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. OK. And the Post Office obviously was aware of what was being said about you, yes?
Yes.
Yes, OK, fine. What did the Post Office do by way of an investigation into this? They must have looked into this, did they?
No.
No? There was no discussion with you about, well, hang on, that High Court judge, said some pretty rum things about you. Surely we should take this seriously. Nothing like that. Nothing ever done.
No.
No, I see. All right. Did you get your bonus that year in 2019, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
Yes.
I see. So despite a finding in the High Court that basically you lied to the High Court, you got your bonus?
Yes.
Now, how were the people on the helpline trained so that they were so consistently pressing the sub-postmasters for payments? How was that done? How did you manage and others manage to persuade them that you've really got to do this? What did you have, away days, training sessions, evening sessions, things like that?
No, they had their training when they came into the role, and they had ongoing training throughout.
What do you think was going on domestically with the sub-postmasters and mistresses in their situation? Do you think that when they're being told to find large sums of money like that, that they rested well?
Clearly not.
No. And you understand from the evidence being given in these proceedings that sub-postmasters and mistresses would try and find money to pay. They would sometimes borrow from family, from friends, loan sharks. even memorably on one occasion, taking money, probably on more than one occasion, taking money from the kids' piggy bank. That's what was going on, Mrs. van der Bogerd. You've not taken responsibility for very much, if anything at all, in this inquiry. Do you want to take any responsibility for being part of the Post Office actions in doing so?
I've explained what my roles were. I've said that there are some documents that I've missed, and I wish I hadn't. And I would have looked at things differently, knowing what I know now.
Let's have another look, though. Let's have another think about what this did within the Post Office and what it did to the Post Office's investigation of difficulties with the Horizon system. So, we can see that the helpline was part of the Post Office's pay-up principle, the penalty pay-up principle. You've got to pay. We're not accepting criticisms of our wonderful Horizon system, okay? What do you think that would have done to the reporting of faults in relation to the Horizon system? Do you think it would have been a good idea or a bad idea?
Sorry, I don't understand what you
If
mean.
people are being told to pay up when they're trying to say there's something wrong with your system, does that help identify faults in the Horizon system?
No.
No, it
As I
doesn't.
said, I would have expected them to have been escalated, for them to be offered some help in finding the losses.
Yeah, but that was what was going on, Mrs. van der Bogerd.
Well, it was in some cases. There's evidence of people did get help and did get assistance in branch. What I'm saying is what should have happened in the case of Mrs. O'Dell is that it should have been escalated and she should have got some assistance.
Mrs. van der Bogerd, you do listen to things occasionally, don't you? I've explained already that of 102 people, over 40% of people that were using the helpline were told, pay up. Don't worry about what you're saying about the system. Now, we can't replicate everybody working in the Post Office over these many years. But there's likely to have been a very significant number of people who are told to basically pay up. We're not listening to you complaining about the faults. That would not have helped the investigation of issues with the Horizon system. Do you agree?
I agree.
Because it means that when passing on problems that were being experienced by sub-postmasters, those problems weren't getting to Fujitsu, were they, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
I agree. And postmasters telling us they were having problems and us being able to investigate them or pass them to Fujitsu would have really helped. Unfortunately, in many cases, we weren't being made aware that there were problems and they were covering losses in a number of cases, and that didn't help us either. So,
right, you can have your nice falling out with Fujitsu as much as you like, Mrs. van der Bogerd. Let's try and think about where the governance lay in relation to the helpline system. Who should have been in charge of the helpline system, stopping this misinterpretation of the contract, stopping the fraudulent line being taken by the Post Office that they had to pay up? Who should have been the title of the person in charge of that part of the system?
So the knowledge base information came from the relevant product or function owners. So MBSC would pull the information from the relevant section. It wouldn't be compiled by MBSC, it would be compiled by other people around the organisation. So in terms of that particular question, it should have been through contracts and or legal in terms of was that information that they had on the knowledge base correct in terms of what they're giving to postmasters?
Right. Let's help in a slightly different way. Should it have been the chief operating officer that was in charge of making sure that there was oversight of what the product was, in other words, what was being said within the helpline? Should it have been the CEO? Should it have been a particular director? Who should it have been within management that was governing that aspect?
It should have been whoever the executive director was at the time, and the structure changed several times. So it would have been the chief operating officer at some point. It would have been the CFO at some point. So it changed over the years. And I don't know who it would have been in 2009.
Now, over the period of many years that the Post Office was operating the Horizon system, there came a point in the early noughties where what was going on was that the Post Office was having to target the closure of branch offices. Do you agree?
There were several programmes of closure, yes.
Yes, right. Now, were the for the area branch managers, at one time you were one of those, were there targets in relation to branch closures? In other words, it would be very helpful if you could achieve 20, 30, 40, 100 closures.
Not at a local level, no.
No, not at the local level. What about the more senior level? Were there targets?
So as part of, there were 3 programmes that I remember, network change, network reinvention and network transformation. They were all targeted at reducing branches, but they were run as programmes and with compensation.
Well, there was compensation for branches that were closed by agreement. So the
Yes.
compensation might be a year or two's pay or a particular period. You agree?
I agree.
Now, if a branch was closed as a result of an audit, so someone not being able to pay a shortfall and therefore targeted for a civil action or worse, prosecuted, they didn't have to pay the sub-postmaster or mistress, did they?
No.
No. And if a branch was closed in a small local community area and it was closed because a sub-postmaster or mistress was being blamed by the post office, then that's helpful to the post office, isn't it? Because local people then can't complain it's the post office fault because it's the sub-postmaster.
That wouldn't have been helpful because we would have looked to re-establish that provision in the area at that point. We had certain access criteria that we had to comply with from government.
And if the branch was closed because of an audit and because people can't pay the shortfall that they've been told that they must pay or they're prosecuted, the post office can try and recover, as they did on many occasions, money through the civil courts or the criminal courts. So in that case, they get a branch closed without having to pay compensation, and they get money back from the shortfall that wasn't the sub-postmaster's fault. It's true, isn't it? That was what was going on.
No.
Did you get a bonus at a certain level for achieving your targets in relation to branch closures?
When I was part of the network change programme, I would have had an objective linked to that, but it was part of the programme. Other than that, my targets would have been related to maintaining the size of the network or increasing it, because that was some of the roles that I was in previously. So quite the opposite of what you just described.
Well, it doesn't sound like it's the opposite. As part of the bonus structure, in achieving the end result, which is closure of branches, there was some link to bonus. Do you agree?
Only as part of a programme. My other roles, when I was part of the rural network, was to maintain the size, and if we had a closure, then to re-establish a service in that area.
Now, you say at paragraph 30 of your statement, I'm going to take you to it, please. So statement WITN 099000100, paragraph 30, page 14, please. If you can just scroll down to, thank you. Prior to this, you say, I was aware of general rumblings of complaints and concerns about the integrity of the Horizon system. Okay?
Yes.
And I believe that when I took over the responsibility for the contracted administration team, I became aware of claims that the Horizon system itself was generating the discrepancies in branches. All right? Now, in your statement at page 6, paragraph 9K, I'd rather have this on the screen, please. I'll read out the relevant part I'm about to refer to. It says this, that between 2015 and 2016, you were Director of Support Services, and then you were also managing the contract advisors and contract administration teams. Now, just help us please understand what you're saying about when it was you became aware of the rumblings and complaints and concerns about the integrity of the Horizon system. It doesn't seem to have been 2015 when you were managing the contract advisors and contract administration team.
So I managed them in 2011 as well. So the contracts, I managed them in different times. So I took on responsibility for Lynn Norbury and John Breeden, who headed up the team in 2011. I then, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to refer to my statement in terms of the roles that I did, because I stepped out.
Page 5, you might find useful.
Thank you.
if you're referring to the period of time which is December 2010 to August 2012.
So that was when I was head of network services.
So which year, during the different roles that you had within the Post Office that you set out within your statement, are you saying you were aware of these rumblings?
So that was so what I'm saying is in 2011, when I took on the contract advisors team as part of my role then, that's when I started to get involved in these cases, and that's when I was aware of Shoesmith. Prior to that, I had been aware of some rumblings, and then, I got involved in 2011.
Well, if I can interject, unless my memory is failing me, I think Mr. Beer showed you a document yesterday which gave you, which put you on notice in 2004.
So that was the Lower Eccleston case?
Yeah, and you accepted, I think, that was at least a rumbling.
So that was the provision of Horizon logs to the postmaster at the time, yes.
Right. So by the time you get to what seems to be around 2010, you've got background rumblings, you've got the build-up of what's going on, you've got the JFSA being formed, you've got the incredibly brave Computer Weekly publicising problems and complaints with the Horizon system, you've got MPs talking about it, sending in letters to the managing director and CEOs of the company. Now, there's a lot of rumblings going on here in relation to the integral part of the Post Office system that's called Horizon. This is a lot of rumblings. Do you not agree?
At around that time when I stepped into that role, yes.
Yes. Now, this has got to be very worrying amongst people working at the Post Office, that this thing Horizon, which we all depend upon, everybody seems to be saying that there's a real problem with it. Do you not agree? These rumblings must have been pretty worrying for people at the Post Office.
So what I'm saying here in terms of the rumblings, that was my recollection. And it's only when I stepped into taking on the responsibility for the contracts advisors team that I started to be exposed to that. What you've just described is when I started to be exposed to that. And then leading on from that, that's why I wanted to get involved in the initial investigations into the cases and then the scheme.
Well, Mrs. van der Bogerd, what we haven't seen at around that time, or indeed, frankly, any time, is any documents which say something along the lines of, gosh, maybe there's a problem with the Horizon system. Imagine the harm that we might be doing. Imagine what we're doing to families, the mental health of our sub-postmasters and mistresses, the people working those branches. We don't see anything like that, Mrs. van der Bogerd, in relation to these rumblings that you're talking about going on at that time. Is that because the culture of the Post Office was all about the Post Office brand and damn the sub-postmasters?
No.
What other explanation is there, Mrs. van der Bogerd, when we see a total absence of care about people with families that you should be trying to protect, not prosecute?
That's why we brought in Second Sight, and that's why we wanted to investigate the cases, because at that point, it was evident that there were a number of people that were claiming that the Horizon system was causing their losses.
Let's go back to the helpline. Did the message change once these rumblings were getting louder and louder and the crisis was getting ever more obvious and ever more serious? Did the line from the helpline change? Did you make sure that the helpline, or anyone make sure that the helpline still wasn't saying to these poor people in the Post Office branches that they've got to pay up regardless? Did anybody give that any attention, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
I did, yes. As part of the branch support programme, I brought in those changes. So on the back of Second Sight's interim report, I set up the branch support programme, which was about making improvements to a range of processes and working with sub-postmasters, and one of those was MBSC.
Right. So that means you must have done a bit of checking about what was going on at the MBSC to make this make sense. You must have gone to them and said, let's have a look at what you've been doing so far. Did you do that, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
So what I looked at was providing the support in MBSC. That meant that there was more Tier 2 support to be able to deal with the escalations that you took me to in Mrs. Odell's case, for instance, so that we had better support there.
So at around that time, are you trying to tell us that you saw that there were problems within the NBSC, that there was people being told to pay up regardless, and you then made a correction. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I'm saying it was a broader improvement. So the interim report...
Could you cut the corporate speak?
So
could you just tell us whether you tried to improve the problem, which I've discussed with you?
that was part of it, yes, I did.
So you must have recognised that there was a problem in the operation of the helpline at that time. Is that correct, Mrs. Van der
So I
Berg?
recognised that postmasters weren't getting, in some, and I'm not saying all cases, but in some cases, they weren't getting the level of support that they should have had in relation to investigating their discrepancies. And that's what I set to correct through the branch support programme. And then later, when I took on responsibility for MBSC, I continued with those improvements.
Okay. Now, what about a message being sent out to the postmasters and mistresses? Was there a message sent out at that time to say, look, we're beginning to think that there might be a bit of a problem, that there could be a difficulty with shortfalls, and you need to be on notice? Did anybody provide them with a warning to say, look, there's a bit of an issue here?
No.
No. Jacqueline Falcon worked as a counter clerk at a post office branch in Hadston, Northumberland, between 2000 and 2015. She got blamed by her employer for a shortfall. This policy was so embedded within the system that sub-postmasters and mistresses would blame other people for losses. Mrs. Falcon was arrested and charged with fraud. She was handed a 3-month prison sentence, suspended for 3 months. Shunned by the local community, barely able to leave her house. It's affected her pregnancy. She was put on antidepressants during that time. And to this day, she still does not go into the Hadston post office branch. Now, that was happening to her in 2014. And in February 2015, that was when she was arrested. Why didn't the post office send out a message to make sure that people were not being unnecessarily blamed for what might be, what could be, a problem within the system? No proof of it at that point in your mind, it seems, but what could be a problem? Why wasn't that message sent out?
So the message we always gave then was, if you have an issue, please ring and we will help with you, with getting to the bottom of it. That's what I put in place as part of the branch support programme and when I was in support services. Earlier than that, then that level of assistance wasn't available.
Ms. Van der Berg, in the High Court, and regarding the High Court action, Mr. Bates and other witnesses have stated that the Post Office was clearly trying to outspend and outdistance the Globe claimants. Was that the Post Office strategy?
That was my understanding of it.
3 leading counsel were instructed over various times. Why so many?
Sorry, in the 3
leading counsel, 3 QCs at that time were instructed.
So I was aware of 2.
Mr. Justice Fraser said this, paragraph 58 of his judgment in relation to the Horizon Issues, judgment number 6. Over the numerous hearings and 2 full substantive trials I have conducted, I have gained the distinct impression that the Post Office is less committed to speedy resolution of the entire group action than are the complainants. Was that a deliberate strategy being employed by the Post Office to try and outspend the Glow claimants?
Not that I was aware of.
Mr. Justice Fraser said from his considerable experience that in relation to serious and difficult High Court actions, even as against other cases of a similar type, that the level and rate of expenditure in the Glow litigation was very high. That was a deliberate poll strategy, wasn't it?
I didn't think so at the time.
Let's go to one last document, POL 406380. Can we go to bottom half of page 2, which is paragraph 4, please? And thank you very much. We're looking at for paragraph 4.3 in one moment. Now, this is a Bond Dickinson solicitor's document written requesting instructions on the strategy to be taken. So let's just look at this before I finish. Paragraph 4.3. Believe that the better solution is to try to focus the claimants into a collective position where they'll either have to abandon the claims or seek a reasonable settlement. It should be remembered that the claims that are financially supported by Griffiths, whose fees are at least partially conditional on winning, a third-party funder and insurers. Without support, these proceedings would not have been possible. All three entities will have the power to pull their support if the merits of the case drop below a certain level. Our target's audience is therefore Griffiths, the funder and insurers, who will adopt a cold, logical assessment of whether they'll get a payout rather than the claimants, who may wish to fight on principle regardless of merits. Now, this is Bond Dickinson solicitors asking for instructions to agree with a strategy which is to drive the Glow complainants away from the court because they will not be supported by Griffiths, the insurers or the third-party funders. That was the strategy that Mr. Fraser came to a conclusion that he could see in operation. Couldn't he, Mrs. van der Bogerd? That was the poll strategy, wasn't it?
So that wasn't my understanding when we started in the litigation, but clearly that's what was being proposed as we got into it.
You said in your evidence yesterday you're always aware of the public purse as being something at play in relation to the Post Office, Mrs. van der Bogerd. It's hardly the action of a company that's worried about the public purse, taxpayers' money, sub-postmasters' mistresses' money through branch and through hard work being put into the Post Office. It's hardly expressing any concern, is it, about those worries about the public purse, to use government money, postmasters' money to drive them out of the court. Is it, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
I was always concerned about taxpayers' money throughout the course of my time there. And as I said yesterday, one of the reasons I decided to leave when I did was because I was disillusioned, because there was more money being spent defending or trying not to pay out on the historical shortfall scheme than it was on paying out, and that was one of the reasons. So,
and every day that you were at the court, sitting there supporting the action, were you telling the legal team, oh, I'm a bit worried about the public purse and how much we're trying to drive these poor people into the ground? Was that your constant refrain, Mrs. van der Bogerd?
That wasn't the conversation. That was a conversation above me, not for me to have.
No further questions.
Thank you. I think that concludes the questioning, Mr. Beer.
It does, sir.
So, first of all, thank you to all the representatives of co-participants who have so scrupulously abided by my directions. Thank you, Mrs. van der Bogerd, for making a detailed witness statement and for answering very many questions over 2 days. Right, Tuesday?
Tuesday at 9:45, please, sir.
Tuesday at 9:45. Thanks, everyone.